taking to side. I've got Nexa here with me. He's getting warmed up, he's getting ready. But you've now had a few games at least to come back into it, mate. How are you starting to feel? Get more warmed up now?
Not really, honestly, but hopefully today will be better than it was yesterday.
Now, Nico is telling me he wants to see like there's more of this hype, more of this energy from you guys, right? How are you feeling coming up in this matchup? Because it's not a grand final, you know, so does that make a difference mentally to you when you come into this one?
I think it doesn't matter if it's a grand final or not. I think Navi is the one team we could not beat over the course of, I don't know how many years. So it doesn't matter if it's a grand final or elimination game or whatever it is. If we just beat them, that's good enough for us, you know.
And how's it going to be different today?
Well, I think it's going to be different because I think we're going to play with a lot less pressure, seeing as it's not a grand final, and the only time we lost to them on LAN is actually in grand final, so that maybe is the deciding factor today. And I think the one more important thing is gonna be, I feel like the atmosphere and the mood and the hype we're gonna bring, because like if you watched our last two games, like you don't really see the fire, the hype, like you don't see us screaming and yelling and, you know, like just bringing in the energy, and that's something that was always a part of our identity. Like we always had like people screaming and cheering for, you know, every frag, every kill, every round, and it was missing this event, and it's definitely something that we need because we are a momentum-based team, and once we get rolling, if the energy is good, if the communication and the atmosphere is really good, that's when we start winning.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it, mate. Go on, go deliver the hype. So that's the words of Nexa and G2, and well, they want to bring a lot more fire to this game. And they are going up against the Navi that's been slightly weakened here at this event, not looking as good as what they had been doing, surprisingly dropping down to the lower bracket. Blade's still talking away to the guys, but I'm going to try and nick some of his time in here. Blade's last minute preparation is key. Blade, how are you feeling about this one, man?
About what?
This game, this matchup, how are you feeling preparation-wise?
Preparation.
Yeah.
Nuke. Last time it was OT.
Scary.
Scary. Nico is the best player in the world, maybe. Maybe not. We don't know. So, I think we just need a good start on T side. When we start like 4-0, for example, it's really gives us a lot of confidence on T side. It's really important.
And what did you say to the guys in the team huddle before you went into this? What was the last word you gave them?
Who we are? Born to win.
Born to win. Well, let's see if you get that win, Blade. Thank you very much. Good luck. We'll see how this game's going to go down. It's Navi taking on G2.
What a game we have opening today for you coming right up. It's obviously G2 and Navi. I think this is going to be one hell of a rematch, obviously, from the major final. Odds are looking good for Navi. Not really surprising, I suppose.
Yeah, they should be the favorites. I mean, even Nexa just said it. We've struggled to beat this team so much. We obviously just saw this play out, although, man, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. We saw Navi show that little bit of weakness against Liquid on day one. They've kind of snapped back into form since then.
Yeah.
And the worrying thing, if you go to the other side of the table with G2, Nico's been hard carry mode for quite some time, and obviously all the conversation around him being one of the best players in the world, potentially the best at this moment, is well deserved, but they're going to need more from the teammates. To beat Navi, it's got to go deep. You got to have multiple players delivering. That's going to be the test for G2, and opening up this series, they're going to start CT side of Nuke against Navi. Replay of the grand finals of the major.
How much can you put on one man's shoulder? Well, we're about to find out. It's always fun to watch G2 play, and sometimes it does end in misery. Maybe this could be one of the times where we all get upset a little bit. Navi definitely looking strong once again, so I bet it'll be a hard match here. Nico trying, looking for the rhythm, the pattern, seeing if he could guess anything. Oh my god, what? It's Bit that goes down all the way in the back. That is crazy. I can't believe it looked like they were ducking under the bullets for a minute there. And now it all comes to a bit of a slowdown. Smoke is faded. One grenade went through the ceiling, but they're not really doing anything behind it. It might just have been a nade to try and get someone to peek again more than actually go on any kind of attack.
Well, now Navi's forced over towards ramp room, and this is a stack that's been set up this whole round. G2 is loving life at the moment. Hunter in a perfect position. No distraction for him, though. Oh, and they've won way too many battles for how many players are there. One more TK goes in, and the battle stalls out.
Is it my brain that is lagging, or did that TK come in way after the fact? It seemed like it was really delayed. I have no idea what just happened. Jax, though, will go down. And you're absolutely right, though. That was a massive stack. It looked like they had set that up perfectly. 3 people towards the ramp. Still a chance, though. Amanek and Nico, and especially Nico back here. They're not coming through that doorway. They're all coming from the ramp, and that's some smooth aim right there. He takes down Simple and goes to check. Instead of guessing, he wants to make sure that they're not going to be walking up behind him. They got him locked in right now, whether they know it or not. Amanek on the other side, very low on health, and he's going to call it in now. Yep, they're already around. Flashbang misses a bit. It's a cool idea. And now he's going to have to wait for Amanek to get a bit closer. Does he see him? Yep, and he finds the headshot as well. Nearly picking up Perfecto. 8 seconds. There is not enough time here. Perfecto, if he goes for the bomb plant, he might even be a little bit late on it, but he might just have it. Oh, last half second left. And now Nico has to try and win this round, and he's going to go down. It's Perfecto to drop him. And a very, very labored round for both teams, and it's Navi to come out on top.
Oh, what a tough clutch for Nico to be put into that situation. Bomb just getting planted in the nick of time. That's perfect. They handled this so well. G2 did a great job. Outside of the fact that, that did come out very late. He was a bit slow in the take as well. Outside of the fact that that stack should have had way, way more production, they did everything right. Into the stack they went, even Amanek dropping the smoke under heaven to funnel them down towards Nico, who was waiting in the lower bomb site. It was all great, just not enough kills on a 3-man stack. 1-0 for Navi.
Well, that's an intense beginning to what is sure to be an intense game in general. Jumping around. All right, Boomich is feeling fresh. You like to see that. That's the style that I associate with Boomich.
Yeah, he's got his morning stretches, and he's feeling limber, feeling aggressive. Nice deagle kill from Nexa, but still need to cover 1 player down. Electronic finds the kill. Amanek didn't have the timing, and the deagle gets nothing more done. There goes Jax. Quickly 2-0.
Yeah, they only lose Boomich, and with the MAC-10, probably going to be fine. All the notes in front. How do you feel about all the note-taking and the highlighting and all? Does it do anything for you?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's probably the next step of evolution. And obviously, over the years, we've heard so much about, you know, Blade and his tactical prowess and how complex he likes to get and how in-depth he goes. So, makes sense. If it's going to help him do a better job, go for it.
Counter-Strike gets caught up to the written word. That's the evolution.
We're finally there.
Eventually, in a couple of decades, we'll be communicating all of our strategies in memes only. I've predicted now. Ooh. Oh! Don't need any memes for that. Great headshot to start with. Nico back at it again. Yeah, I'd be careful if I was Simple outside there. He does have that AK, and if it drops, it's going to be a real issue. They're actually hunting him. The bomb is being planted, sure, but if they can get Simple, it's absolutely great. Nice find there for G2 and a good read of the situation to even realize.
They can go for this now. They have the AK. If they want to risk it, they can actually go for this, and they're going to buy in the next round. Mini's currently smoked out. That second one might actually dissuade them from going for it. The follow-up smoke is going to delay too much time. Though they are creeping in. Nico with that deagle. I don't know if Perfecto spotted the leg. No commitment just yet. There's one flashbang, and so it begins, but not going to commit the AK-47, and they're going to back out.
Yeah, not worth it. Gonna be careful about giving maybe too many kills away to the MAC-10s. It's not really necessary at this point once you've given up on the round. Oh, the AK actually is gonna be found, and now they can't pick it up again. They would have had maybe a chance. Jack still has his, but could have had maybe a second one as well. Regardless, it is gonna be 3-0 in favor of Navi. 4th round is coming up in G2. They're gonna be able to re-equip themselves quite well.
Yeah, a couple of nice deagle shots from Nico in the round as well, putting them on notice. That's synchronized.
What's happening here? Good catch.
Great catch. 3-0, first gun round coming in. AWP in the hands of Amanek. It's a MAC-10 on bit and 4 AK-47s for the attacking side. This is going to be a fun battle to watch towards outside. Nico in this tournament has done so good playing this position on Nuke. Electronic, one of the best players on the T side playing in the outer yard. And that is going to be a really fun back and forth.
Yeah, setting up a bit of a flash for himself. Smoke covering him, or he maybe would have been spotted there. And then you could see Nico is being really active in looking for anything. Amanek trapped in the corner, and he is going to go down. I think maybe he thought he had done a lot more damage to Electronic than he actually had. Probably a second shot with that AWP would have been worth it, but regardless, Navi off to a good start here in the first real rifle round for G2.
Yeah, they've got 2 players taking secret stairs and having that kill that takes control of Yard away from G2, which might prompt them into a lobby push. And you can see Simple's waiting for it, passive. He's got Bit and Perfecto in this area as well. Jack's not fully committing to any kind of a lobby play. At the moment, they have them, Navi, contained. But they're taking a risk that Navi's not actually heading down to the lower bomb site.
Oh, that's actually a very good peek for Jax. He could have just as well gone down there, but he was doing that for that exact position, so well played.
Yeah, but I mean, they have to win something at some point. The lower bomb site is overrun. Simple has the bomb, so it's going to fall towards ramp room, which, again, nobody is there. Nobody's in ramp room. Nobody's rotated downstairs for G2. I think they're just going to have to save this round. I think they're going to be locked out.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's such a huge risk.
And it's fine. I think it's fine this early, obviously, to take that one. They obviously just said, we want to line up in the upper bomb site. We want to be able to stop this if it comes here. If they try and fall back from secret and split through mini, we've got a lot of bodies here, and just reset the round. They lose the AWP, but with Jack saving the AK-47, a weapon can be dropped over, and G2 still going to be sitting at a pretty nice spot, down 0-4.
I mean, I suppose the math still kind of works out for them. You know, if you take the other approach, which would be to try and do the 4-on-5 retake, you end up losing the round. You have to go on a save, then you'll probably go down 5-0 instead, right? So,
yeah,
so better to do this now.
Potentially even like a save and like a half buy as well.
Yeah.
You know.
So probably is the better choice, even if it is a bit of a not quite the ending to the round that we would have wanted. Certainly not the ending that G2 would have wanted. And yet here we are. Also, from Navi's point of view, I mean, they have to use a little bit. All right. Cameraman is living the game to the fullest. I appreciate that. Or it's an earthquake, but we're in Denmark, so doubtful.
Doubtful. You'd hope not, at least. That'd be a fun mix to the day.
I think we're like right at the center of one of those tectonic plates. So if it is an earthquake, then Europe is
in trouble.
Fifth round. We get a Mac 10 still on Bit. Fun little weapon to have early on in a half like this to just spice things up and keep him especially really mobile.
Yeah, and also preserving money. A free upgrade there would be huge. Nico's going to be aggressive outside. This time he's at red box. And Electronic is going to call it. Holding for the peek around the corner. Big win. Just a dink and can't complete the kill. Boomich does go down. They found the equalizer as Boomich tries to force his way into the vents.
What a great grenade to follow up there, and maybe even saving Hunter. That could have been really awkward. But the nade comes out, but they're already gone from that position. And Bit has picked up that AK, which, if you think about his headshot percentage, probably makes more sense for him to have an AK than a Mac 10, but Vector going down. Next are able to pick that one up, and Electronic's finally going to be found with the assist of Nico from earlier, that damage. 2 versus 3. And let's see if that earlier save for G2 is going to be paying off in this round. If they can retake this bomb site and win it once again, then it's all going to make sense. But Simple and Bit, what a duo to be up against.
Yeah, but there's a decent amount of utility for the G2 side of things, but with only one smoke, they're going to have to choose whether they want to block off windows or the doors. And Bit is still lying in wait. Where does this utility go?
Hard position to clear out this one. And that bomb is already ticked. They've used the initial nades. They burned out with a Molotov 1 position. Bit is going to get the headshot on Amanek, and now they're in trouble. And once again, G2 are going to realize it is better to back on out. It is Navi now. Up 5-0 against G2. This is not only just a good start, but it feels like these rounds are super fast right now for Navi.
Well, this one, that's 2 rounds in a row now that G2 haven't been able to get a clean rotation to properly defend that lower bomb site. I mean, this time, obviously, when Bit makes it down and that's being called out from the upper site, Nexa has to drop and consider it, and that's the window that Navi found to get into ramp room and find this trade. Puts Nexa in such an impossible spot where he cannot commit to defending lower and can't commit to defending ramp. And G2 at some point, they have another buy. So maybe not wanting to stall things out just now, but it might be worth a timeout and make sure you have those protocols down clean.
Frustrating to get that dink on Electronic outside and not get the kill. Very different round if they manage to do it. 6th round is here. And once again, they managed to sneak on out. Bit expecting that if he blew out the vent, maybe someone would come peek. So he's ready. to try and catch anyone there. But again, Navi just get access to this B bomb site immediately, and they got the bomb down there as well. It's actually disastrous for G2.
Yeah, it's already over. They're going to be locked on the lower bomb site again. Nexa hasn't even moved from ramp room. Navi is just hitting this verticality of this map over and over again, and G2 can't handle it. And man, I mean, there's not a lot of nades left for Navi, 3 flashbangs, but I don't know if you want to go for this retake. They have swarmed the lower bomb site. There is no access, and Nexa very committed to trying to make this happen. So is Nico, so is Almanac. They're all here, and they could lose everything. First kill for Nexa.
Wow, I really question this retake, but you're right. They're all in on it. Electronic's gonna get a kill. Smoke is up, but no one's defusing that bomb. They just can't really find the angle. They're gonna get sprayed down for the smoke. Nico was first in line, and now that bomb is so far ticked, it doesn't even matter anymore. Another round on the board for Navi, and G2 are hurting right now. They get to save the orb at the very least, but what a tough start.
Now that is a worrying sign to me, because previously it had been Navi tactically and strategically outplaying G2 to get into those lower bomb sites and have an easier time of things. This is the first time it felt like G2 really forcing the situation, like a little disorganized and a little bit desperate, and so not making the best call. And that's a bit frightening this early. 6-0 in the game.
Is there a chance that they're playing just to mess with Pimp predictions? Could that be happening?
It could be happening. On the other hand, you might even be able to say that Pimp single-handedly, you know, allows Navi to avoid the upset.
Amazing. Hunter gonna get a kill there. I think he is first in the map so far. So we're gonna be picking that one up. Jax is at 1 kill too. So they're struggling tactically, mechanically.
Individually, they seem to work on aim, movement, mechanics.
Just not a good time.
No, it's been rough. I mean, like even a couple of them where they haven't even been able to fight for the round, which I think is where it stems from that rotation of going for that 5-on-5 retake in the previous. They do need to get something on the board. Nico waiting in the secret stairs. He's going to get some attention. It's Simple and Electronic outside. A tough duo to deal with. Electronic knows the angle. Again, he's just dinked. Now he's going to try and get away. The nade is thrown pretty deep, but can't clean him up. 1 HP on Electronic. That's twice now he's gotten away from Nico with just a dink.
Yeah, that's got to be incredibly frustrating. Forward position there. Simple's down, so is the bomb. And they're going to Molotov it on top. Nice shot from Almanac. You're not really expecting that. You re-peek into that position. There was just a rifle there, and now it's an AWP instead. Electronic and Bit, though. 2-on-5. Finally, sign of life here for G2.
Bit can still take things away. He can still take a lot of economy out of your hands. Gotta be careful. Nexa has gone down. Again, access to ramp room is open. If Nico goes down here, that'd be really, really bad. Second kill and a chance to add a third onto it. No chance of really winning the round. 5 seconds left on the clock. But 2 kills of economic damage might be just fine for Bit. Remember, he also spent like the first 4 rounds of this game on a MAC-10. He's got plenty of money to pass things over to his teammates.
Yeah, and making it just a bit expensive. I mean, we're only halfway through the first half, so there's still time for G2 to try and build a real economy here in the first half. So I agree. But something really worked out in spite of the struggles. At least it's the 6-1 scoreline.
It's a great round for Hunter to really exert his will over towards door, establish some presence, establish a bit of success. 6-1. Almanac outside with the AWP.
Nico picking up an AUG instead of the M4A1. See if he can do some damage with that. Definitely has some positions out here, this being one of them where it could do a lot. Random guess there. Didn't see anyone.
This round Nexus started in secret, so they'll be able to handle the pressure. Almanac is going to be in ramp room with the AWP because of that. Covers the vacant position of Nexa. Electronic at secret stairs, Boomich outside in support as well, and 3 players waiting in lobby.
Still a minute, so Navi have some time. Electronic making some noise running back and forth down here, and he's playing this as a solo position, so we'll see if anyone from G2 wants to actually react to it. Seems so Nico must have heard the steps, but He's not really moving out of his position.
Amanek just got pulled away. So again, it's basically just going to be Nexa down here. There's no ability to support him in any way. He pretty much has to win this fight. And Electronic being all alone, he could have slow played that. Goes for the duel, but Amanek rotating back is going to take a lot of damage, and he's eventually going to go down. He burns, and Nexa again over control side window. They already know his position. He's in trouble.
How did they throw the Molotov so deep in behind Amanek? He tried to run out for a long time, and it looked like he was just caught in the flames basically forever. 20 seconds now on the clock, and the bomb is finally being attempted here. And Nexa, he just doesn't want to jump the gun. If he opens those doors, he's probably dead. And he will be anyway. Taken down, bit with one more headshot, clicking away, and he nearly, well, Simple nearly managed to take down Nico. That could have been a really scary moment there, but they're still just not going to have it. They know 2 versus 3. Jackson, Nico are going to have to back on out of there once again. Navi, what a pace that they've set for this game.
Well, the recipe for success that they have, obviously, is get someone downstairs and can join with the ramp room attack. That's been super effective. They haven't really encountered a whole lot of resistance in ramp room. Remember, even when they did, when the pistol round was a 3-player stack, and they still got all the kills going in their way. So they're trying to join up in this lower bomb site. They've done it different ways. They've had 1 player just dropping down vents and lurking in vents. They've gotten players crossing secret. They've had 3 or 4 players drop down vents and go into the lower bomb site. So the recipe is the same, but they just kind of change the way they get there a couple times.
Must be, I mean, especially when they finally did have a bit of an opening here. Well handled by Nexa. And then it still just is not enough. Incredibly frustrating. 7-1, we'll see. I don't think I've seen a team hit this B-bomb side this much in the first half. Just back-to-back rounds, they keep going there.
Ooh, a missed opportunity for Amanek. Electronic swung very fast into that peak. Nico has started in secret this time. And Electronic going to turn that corner. He goes down. Finally, a good win in that duel for Nico. And that's going to force Navi to back away. Just a little bit. Simple with the op, looking for a follow-up peak that just won't come. Amanek is way, way back.
Yeah, don't give it a Simple either. Never going to be worth it, is it? So we'll see what Navi do if they can find a way to at least equalize this, make it a 4-on-4. They still have a minute. Gonna be setting up that deep smoke over towards Hell.
It'll be cool to see what they do in this round where this piece of the puzzle they've had pretty much the whole half, someone getting to secret or someone getting down vents, it's finally been taken away from them and prevented and stopped by G2. Good kill from Amanek, aggressive over the smoke. But Simple's gonna step up to the plate on top of the red box, but he falls off. Amanek might have gotten away with one.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that Boomich is up here. And when he's scoped up, he can't see it either. So kind of a cool move anyway. I love that smoke from Amanek. He threw that so quickly, actually to extend the smoke that the T-side threw as well. So just overall, I thought that was a really, really good round for Amanek, even if he went down at the end. The second one on the board for G2. I don't know. They're still alive.
Yeah, I mean, there's still obviously an opportunity to come back into this half, and certainly winning 2 of the last 3 is a good way to get started down that path. A timeout called by Navi. Now the funds that they dig into start dwindling. So a conversation on what they want to change up. Potentially something playing off all the success they've had getting into the lower bomb site. Throwing a little bit of a feint at him. G2 has begun starting players in secret. We've seen Nexa do it. We've seen Nico do it a couple times as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be a little bit interesting if they could start to shut that down. Not give them the luxury of having Electronic just do whatever he wants out there and have that much control in the yard.
Easier said than done. Obviously, he's so good, and it's sometimes hard. You can see they've done it a few times where he goes out there alone, and we've seen it in past matches. Sometimes he's paired up with Boomich in support, and sometimes even this round there were 4 of them out there, with Simple having an AWP as well.
Yeah. But a chance still to make it back into this game, you said. 7-2. I mean, yeah, if they could get up to 6 or 7 rounds here in the first half, then it's still pretty competitive. It's true.
This round right here is important. This round number 10 that we're going to get coming out of the pause is the big one, because Navi's going to fully invest in this round, and that's most of what they have to work with. If they don't get a lot of kills, or if they don't get a bomb plant, they don't have enough of a losing bonus. It'd be a sketchy buy in the next one. You might be able, if you're G2, to force them onto a lower buy. Although we know how much they've struggled against those as well throughout the year, so not like it gets too much easier.
No, that is indeed correct. Yeah, I'd say it is really punishing when you've been losing that many rounds without even putting up a struggle in the B-bomb side. Navi probably won't have to pretend too much like they're going B before you'll see G2 over-rotating or doing a little bit too much. So,
yeah, I mean, a lot of what you can do is just kind of set it up to look like you're trying to get down the vent over towards door, and even just that kind of, those smokes that block the vision, you see the defender spamming, throwing nades, even just that lack of confidence of not knowing if they've gotten down can be enough, especially when you've already established this much success.
And I mean, one way to maybe that otherwise G2 could take away from that kind of play would actually be to play a little bit aggressive outside to take the initiative away from Navi. But the problem is, Nico kind of started doing that, and he kept one-dinking Electronic and didn't win the fights anyway. So he might also feel like, I actually don't want to take up that role of fighting out there, because that doesn't feel like it's a winning strategy either.
That would be shocking for a player like Nico. I think, it's the whole concept, shooters got to shoot. Like, keep going back to it.
He's never gonna...
I think he's going to be happy saying, I found the fights I want. I've gotten the initial dink. I know I have the read of the play. And yeah, it's been unlucky a couple times, but...
I hope so.
Yep.
I want to see that. Because obviously, if you're the one, even though you're on the defensive side, so to speak, if you take some of that, and just attack them a little bit, maybe all those drops down the vent and then the sneaking around a secret just becomes a little bit more difficult for Navi to do, and they don't just get to... Because some of these rounds, we've really had, 5-on-5 with Navi planting the bomb to the B-bomb side. That certainly suggests that G2 have been a little bit out of the action, at least for some of those rounds. All right. Here we go. Technical timeout has been recalled, and we're going to get into the 10th round. Super important here, really, for both sides. Even if Navi have the lead, they don't want to go back to saving either. And once again, Electronic deep out there. Boomich a little bit behind him, but they've got that yard presence at the moment. Ooh, he's going to fall back.
Yeah, again, it's what we just talked about. They just put up the smoke wall that he's used across a number of times. And seeing if the fear of that play alone can affect G2. Nico was down in vents to start the round, but he's come up. He's now sitting in mini, and Amanek opping outside as well, sees absolutely nothing as those smokes cleared. Navi might be coming right back to line up for an upper exec.
Yeah, holding a ramp, making sure they're not going to get interrupted. We'll see. Setting up the initial Molotov. Simple has one of his own that he could throw. 50 seconds still on the clock. Nade doesn't really do that much, but the headshot certainly does. Hunter still goes down, be it able to guess the angle somehow through the smoke, and now it's 40 seconds. Jax, good spray. Great transfer onto Perfecto, and the pistol's out. He almost has that kill. It's just Simple on his own, and the bomb not in his possession at the moment, and that's a big problem. It's down the vent. He has to jump down, and Nico was ready and waiting. A good double, and G2, third one on the board. That is really important.
Yeah, great timing from G2. And we kind of mused what if this kind of a pressure would affect the defense at all. Not really. Nico starting in vents, coming back up, playing in mini for a while. They called the bluff that nobody crossed outside. G2 had a great read in this round. Nico, perfect timing, getting back down the vents for that hit.
That was Jack's second and third kill in the map. Yeah. Really, really important to stay mentally in the game and be able to have that kind of an output.
It's been quiet, oddly enough. As much as they've kind of, come towards the upper bomb site by going outdoor, most of it has been dropping down vents. He hasn't had a whole lot of action actually commit to his position, not a whole lot of chance to get up on the scoreboard. So, yeah, great play. Good double kill for Jax. A beautiful transfer. And a solid win for G2. And as I said, not enough kills for Navi, no plant for Navi. They're going to have to sit back with just pistols.
Turning the corner pays to stay alive, doesn't it, Jason? You get to see if you can fight another day. G2 still here in the first half. 11th round coming up. There is a couple of deagles in play. One of them on Simple, most notably. So even if it's hard to win the round, you can always just play for the highlights.
Hell yeah.
We all love that.
We could all go for some Simple highlights this holiday season.
that puts you in the Christmas mood, does it?
What if we put Christmas music? If we put Simple highlight frags to Christmas music, does it make Christmas music any better?
Infinitely better, nice. I reckon. You could probably match it like the bells, but instead of bells, it's...
Deagle headshots?
Simple ringing the bells, You better be nice or Simple's gonna come visit. Oh, no. Oh, no! What have we done? Forget all about all of that.
Simple into Santa Claus.
Yeah, I know.
Here we go, Nico. A little bit of cover of the smoke, trying to have information. Very quiet, very chill from Navi so far. 50 seconds on the clock. And it feels like the team is very much letting Simple and Electronic work outside at their own pace, seeing if Simple can give you one kill that might open up an opportunity. Now moving forward, but 2 players still here. Jackson, the bomb site, hasn't had to do a thing yet, and Nico's got both kills outside. That's the round. It's all done. Bit went back for the bomb, but it'll be a 4th round for G2 when all is said and done.
Do you think you know when the map is that quiet and you know that the economy is probably broken? You know that somewhere out there is Simple walking around looking for something. Bit has to get his headshots, part of the contract. Just has to get one every round.
Yep.
But you've got to realize that they're just angling for it. This is a good job though. Incredible control.
Yeah, even a little bit exposed on the boost. We'll take that. Yeah, I mean, you certainly have that idea, and that's always kind of the fun with it is, man, it's got to be a little nerve-wracking knowing when you kind of jiggle, peek, and angle. Might be Simple holding it with a Deagle on the other side. 3-round lead for Navi. G2 fighting back into this game. 3 in a row, 4 of the last 5 as they've planted their feet.
12 kills for Nico. He's on top of the board. More out here. Spray. The angle is good, and so is the damage. Electronic. Not a headshot dink this time, but Nico's back to winning that fight, and their attention is twisted away. And Nexa, he could have found the timing, but somehow Nico, he still finds Boomich with a smoke. That's a little bit ridiculous. And Pit, oh, he's back at it again, doing his job perfectly.
We've seen that a number of times. Those teams trying to push lobby when they lose outside control, outside information, and just getting absolutely punished. What a great double kill from Bit. Now, Nico's still on the board, and as you mentioned, he's barely managed to keep them in it, but this play could be everything. Amanek, if there's the timing on this, if he keeps pushing forward, it could be absolutely magnificent, but they're going to be a little too fast for him, I think. Although they do stall out, they do come back, so... Oh, a real chance for Nico and Amanek. This could be stellar. Nico's waiting in the upper bomb site, and Mini, he's about to turn the corner.
Oh, he doesn't go for the 2-for-1, and Nico goes down on the other side. I don't know if he should have done that because that's also massively risky, but maybe there is a chance. Amanek will take down Perfecto. A Bit is low on health on the other side. Amanek, one good grenade bounced into the corner might just do it. He's got some time. He's got a kit as well. But if he starts to run, it might just give the game up. Oh, this is hard to play. He's spending every second that he's got here getting up to heaven instead. Gonna have the range advantage. Bits down there with Amanek. Absolutely stunning clutch coming out here for him. A triple kill in the round and a 5th one on the board for G2.
Yeah, that is magnificent from Amanek. And the timing on him getting the information of where they headed, just so unlucky. Maybe a half second too late to really help out Nico. Really give Nico a good idea of where to push, but what a flank from Amanek. And a tough clutch, dropping the smoke to buy yourself time to rotate all the way through heaven, able to find it in the end as well. And he's keeping life in G2's camp. 5-7, just 2 rounds back now. 4 in a row for G2.
That is so cool. Again, I mean, we could all tell that Bit was standing in that corner, but for all Amanek knows, he goes to check the bomb side. No one's there. He's moved out. He's moved into mini. He's gone into secret. He could have been many, or it's not in secret, but Squeak. He could have been many different places, right? A lot of damage again through the smoke. Nico also getting a bit back in return. Electronic burning all the way down to 5 health. Okay. And they're just going to find that kill. Nico is doing so much work. It is one of those games again where Nico is just putting on an incredible performance.
Yeah, and the 2 ramp players right now for G2 are deciding to push ramp towards lobby. They don't realize the numbers that have crossed down. Amanek was here. He's holding the angle for Nexa to push. They found the kill. That's Bit who holds lobby. They should realize now, lower bomb site under attack. But this time, they've got the manpower. They've got the utility. They've got all 5 kits. This retake is extremely doable.
It is. 50 seconds. Amanek in position. He's already scoped up. I don't think sure if they heard that or not. Smoke is there, but it doesn't matter. Amanek, oh, he jumps down and tries to go for the no-scope. That is an incredibly bold play, and this time it doesn't pay off. But 2 on 4, surely a round that they can win here, G2. They've given up on a fair few of these B bomb site retakes, but this one, they should definitely commit to here. Boomich and Electronic barely alive from that Molotov earlier. Boomich going to try and see if he can be a bit aggressive. Galil, he lines it up well. That could have been the double that they needed, Navi. But now it's Electronic, and he's going to be found, and it's 6-7 as G2 start to make their way back into the game.
Oh my god, Boomich almost ruined that whole thing. That was the only play he could have made, and if he had doubled up there, that would have been magnificent for Navi, but well done from G2. This time with some of the kills, and as you mentioned, Nico still delivering outside huge frags. This pick of the player in lobby as well. Man, they put themselves in a good position to win this one. Instead of all rotating down, making sure you just kill the players elsewhere on the map before retaking. 5 in a row now for G2.
Spectacular work, isn't it? Has everyone on Navi got 6 kills except for Bit, who's at 11?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. What a great job. They really look defeated. I mean, it's just because of the way they lost as well. Oh, they're going to be pushing the A-bomb side very quickly. Change of pace for Navi. Hunter, though, still in the back. Molotov is going to reach him finally, and they try to push out. Nico is there to help him out, and they're being staggered. They're walking into this bomb site one at a time and being traded away. Nico up on the hut, and it's going to be a big double kill for him. Simple, low on health, and on his own.
That was not a very powerful hit. They even got the entry coming out of Hut, but no one followed it up from Navi. So many players still stuck inside the Hut and not taking up the space provided. G2 had plenty of time to recover this attack, and Nico's triple kill really sealed it. Simple on 16 HP, and I don't really know what your plan is in this situation. I don't know if 50 seconds, you had over a minute by the time you were alone. And I guess his mind has got to be, let's see if I can get this bomb planted. Right here. This kill comes out.
Yeah.
They're cut off by the Molotov. That's the only player out, blocked by smoke. I mean, great utility usage, you got to say. Yeah, they got stalled out and the hit wasn't very strong, but mostly because of the nades and the utility thrown by G2 to mess with that hit. So fair play to the defense. Simple should at least get the plant.
Which is, I mean, it's still pretty cool for Navi, right? Having lost this many rounds in a row, that extra bit of cash from putting the bomb down.
Going into round 30, or round 15, excuse me.
Yeah, it's the difference right now between them having a decent buy or not. Tries for a bit of a spray, but there's just too many people on the other side. It is G2 tying up the scoreline, 7-7. Man, they are putting in some, I mean, the comeback is so unreasonable right now. I did not see this coming at all.
No, it's wild. I mean, it's like a mirror image of each other. 6-1 run to start the game. Excuse me, 7-1 run to start the game for Navi, and then 7-1 run since then from G2.
Yeah, really, a
little bit of overlap.
piece of work. Yeah, 18-7 as well on Nico.
Yeah, here we go. Final round of the first half. Who takes the advantage moving forward? 3 defuses in a row for G2. Navi having success getting into the bomb site, but G2 starting to handle it well in the latter stages of this half. Bit's going to be forced forward into action, hiding behind the vent. Going to get boosted up? No, they want to drop down. So they're going to go down quick, going back to what worked in the first portion of this half.
Yeah, this time at least there's a bit of a catch. Hunter picking up Boomich, but you're right. Return to what they did early in the half, and it worked really well. Jax goes down. Simple will be traded. Next up, right under the smoke. He's able to see him. It's Perfecto to drop, and it leaves Electronic on his own. 1 versus 3. He is miles away. If he starts running, they know. They could just go and defuse the bomb. Hamanek's going to call it in, and that's it. 8-7 finish at the end of the first half in favor of G2. That is absolutely miraculous. We'll see if they can continue. They surely must. In the second half, it's coming right up.
We're live?
Yeah. It's only mid, yeah?
Yeah. So we can rush short and they can't go ups.
Let's go.
Flashing now. Boom. I'm blind.
Yeah, flash long, I'm in library. Oh, you cannot. He picked short, or?
Yeah, he peeked. He went back, I think.
I'm coming too.
Yeah. I'm playing on apartments. One came back short, since I saw him.
Taking short. Maybe they won't.
Yeah, I'm gonna
They flash.
flash short.
Maybe he's picking.
Going up short.
They smoked side. Well,
Hold the flash for speed.
In the back.
I'm not picking.
I'm gonna drop it.
Yeah.
Don't motorbike, don't motorbike.
Yeah, just wait, just wait.
I'm going closer.
I'm trying to full slot it for you. Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Bro, let's mono long and short and go 2 apps.
Okay. One time he like put a molly short. One time he like put out the molly. So.
Flash.
Flashing.
I'm going, bro.
I'm picking short.
Balcony.
That.
Maybe bike. I don't see him side. Okay. Apps. In apps. He's not out.
Was he blind?
No, he went in front of
No,
flash.
okay.
Maybe he catch him a little bit.
Bye.
Yeah,
Yeah?
I think
Okay.
it's...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. G2 versus Navi. Second half is here, and we are on Nuke, and it's been honestly hard to explain what's been going on this particular map. Somehow, G2 have ended up with a one-round lead at the end of the half here, 8-7.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to talk about the incredible comeback, the 8-1 run to get to this point. Nico delivering another incredible performance, 19-7. But this is the half where you're really going to have to go deep into the G2 roster and get some good performances, Boomich.
We got quadrulies.
Ooh, that's a good call. Doolies swinging around the corner. That's too many targets. Poor Guns got overwhelmed, but the lobby portion of the attack is going well. Electronic and Perfecto with a pair of headshots. Bit added one in for good measure. And man, this round got away from G2 quick.
Yeah, Navi have been quiet for a while at the end of the first half, and they're back for some vengeance of their own. Nexa and Jax, and maybe mostly Nexa. Glocks are in hand right now. It would be a little bit better if they could upgrade to a slightly more efficient pistol somewhere along the line. Don't know if there's one on the ground. Yeah, there we go. P250 on Nexa. We've seen rounds like these being won before. Creative boost. Electronic, though, he isn't ready for it. He is not impressed at all.
Yeah, creative boost. Hard to know the angle when you slide out to take that peek. And
True.
Electronic quick on the take. 2 kills in the round for him. Jax is just going to, I assume, try and get into that lower through the vents and plant the bomb, but that ain't going to happen.
Yeah, I actually thought that exactly that was what he wanted, but trying to be extra cheeky.
There's no good answer here.
No.
Not a single one. Ooh.
Oh, the timing is unreal. Perfecto comes back to check, and that will be it. A couple of kills for the dualies, and we've tied the game up once again. 8-8 now.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit frustrating. You actually did a pretty good job taking control of that portion to head towards ramp room and just, you know, sabotage from behind. Also, Electronic playing deep, lying in wait, just in case that push had failed. So Navi, with all their bases covered, tie things up at 8. Both pistol rounds going the way of Navi.
Some Deagles, some Tech 9s. Standard stuff coming out here for G2. A lot could change depending on who gets the opening kill. One good headshot on someone out in this yard, and we've already seen that in the first half. That CT defense has to switch a lot when you win that fight out there. It is not always that easy to accommodate for, so we'll see. Nico runs, swings, stops just in time to try, but he's off by a tiny bit. But he'll stay alive at the very least. And Electronic elected to play that one real safe. He did not want to try and take that fight out in the open.
Yeah, no reason to necessarily risk it. It's still G2 probably going to have to overextend a little bit to find an opening kill somehow. Nico starting to progress in secret. The only player he can really contend with is Boomich, who's playing ultra safe. That is going to be a hard player to get. And he's already got the information and just backs away. That's going to cause Simple to rotate over to ramp room and Bit to fall down to support Boomich in the lower site.
It's a little part of Nico that really wanted him to jump a second time. He's like, please do it again. So far, all they've really done is waste a couple of seconds here. We're down to 35.
Yeah, and I mean, this play from Simple might ruin everything. He's just bored, tired of it. They peek him. He still wins the battle. Jax can't get it done. They've thinned out one player, 5 on 4, and very little utility for G2. They've got to just smoke mini and flash out door and see what happens. But, ooh, down to the lower bomb. So we go. Remember, there were 2 players stacked down here earlier. Boomich is still sitting around and chilling.
Yeah, I think Bit is down there as well. So they might be in some trouble trying to bring it even to a bomb plant. Hunter is going to get the kill there. But Nexa and Hunter, the last 2 left alive, they've actually done a little bit of damage here. And he's picked up an M4, so to the extent that he can stay alive with it, actually could be kind of interesting in the next round. Ooh, don't. Yeah, not worth fighting for you of your Nexa. Just keep that alive. You're not going to get any money for losing the round, so not when you stay alive on the T side. So Navi with a 1-round lead now.
It's a little bit of a bummer. I mean, his money in the next round isn't going to be super pretty at all with getting no bonus money there, but he does have the M4, so at least a tool to deal some damage. But if that doesn't get kills in this round, I mean, saving that M4, I don't think there was really a better chance for Nexa. I didn't even have time to throw his life away, but that could actually come back to haunt him a little bit.
Obviously, the brightest among us all picked Navi to win, but...
And then Pim.
And then Pim. Well, how would you feel about that pick right now? I mean, Navi sort of struggling at the end of the first half. You still feel like it's going the right direction?
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, it's fine. We always knew this game was going to be a challenge. We saw it at the major as well. How much work G2 can put in. Just the knowledge of the level Nico's at. There's going to be some sketchy moments, regardless of which team you're supporting.
Okay, 18th round. Managed to put Nico downstairs again. Presumably to try and get one of those deagle headshots. He's looking for Boomich, who, again, is doing the similar kind of jumping trick. Different door this time. But he's just making himself impossible to fight straight up, which is not the most exciting play, but from a tactical point of view, it makes a lot of sense to don't fall to one of those 1Ds. Simple. Not afraid. Going to be taking down Jackson. Looking for more. Again, he does seem to be a little bit restless out here. Like, come on, let's just get this show on the road.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think he's shocked at how slow things have been going. 4 HP, 3 kills for him, and just going to try and back off. The M4 that the Nexa brought forward did absolutely nothing in this round. Simple, even spots one more, but ooh, just wants to tap. This is risky for a guy with 4 HP, but listen, we give Simple, he can do whatever he wants.
he's got the all access pass.
He does. He has license to have complete freedom in every regard on the map.
Yeah, that is true. I don't even know who would ever be in a position to criticize him either. That's you sometimes get that feel. Oh, hold on. Oh my god! They find Simple as well. The 4 health. It wasn't a headshot, but it wasn't needed either. It would have been beautiful. They could have got the bomb plant. One more headshot. Absolutely ridiculous Counter-Strike being played here. I don't know what listen, Jason, you're the analyst. Help me.
That is just straight brute force with those deagles. What good shooting for Nico. And yeah, towards the end, he realizes he can't die after the time. Man, if they'd gotten the bomb planted, that would have been so big. But obviously, there's no way at any point to be able to protect him to the degree required.
This is actually just so ridiculous.
There's a reason why the conversation around him is that he's even playing better than Simple at this very moment, at this one isolated moment in time.
I mean, he's doubling Simple's kills at the moment. It's just a single map to play off of, but still, that is truly bizarre. 19th round, and Nico is going to be finding Electronic. I think he's winning out on this battle. Nico versus Electronic. It started going Electronic's way at the beginning, but I feel like Nico's managed to turn it around.
Good utility usage as well. Oh, the op. As the smoke clears, Simple grabs one on the cross. Nexa going to challenge in mini. Boomich isn't aware of it, but that turn with the SMG as well. Headshots coming in so quick, and that thins things out. 2 players to get this bomb planted. There is a player outside on the lurk. That's Hunter. Keep an eye on him in the minimap because he's going to be all important when this retake begins. His timing is everything in the 3-on-4.
Oh, Nexa's going to be so upset that he didn't get that kill. That was meant to be. But you're right. They still have a pretty good shot. And here's Hunter. Lurk has come all the way into mini. Bird for timing, but he can't win the fight. Again, looked like he had a good opportunity there. So now it's down to Amanek and Nico. They do have guns this time, and not just the Deagles. Bit of a chance there. Nico's going to take Bit down, and Neverneck, he'll do his job on the other side, but they just don't know where Simple's coming from, and eventually he'll shoot Nico in the back. 11 rounds now for Navi, making this not quite done yet, but they are taking some
They got it.
steps.
There's no kit.
What?
They got it. Oh, man.
Simple had one. Did he just pick it up
I
on
think
the
he
exit?
picked it up right at the end. That's heartbreaking. Oh.
Actually cannot believe what just... these last 2 rounds have been just out of this world.
I actually saw no kit. I still thought there was plenty of time for it. I don't know what happened, but man, that hurts for Navi.
Can we... So they get the kill right when he gets this kill. That's it. Now they have time to defuse, right? So what does he do? It's being picked up there, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he might have just realized he didn't have the time for it. There's the music warning. Regardless, that's that. Listen, Merry Christmas, G2. Let's see what you can do with it. Utility out. And you're right, these last 2 rounds, this loss, and then obviously the extra Deagle kills in the last one are painful for Navi, but only if G2 can finally win or win another round and really put the pressure on the economy. Waiting for that repeat, but look at the timing, the management of different angles that Nico has to do. He could pin down Simple, but has to consider Secret as danger initially.
He's got the Creek, so he could take the fight to Simple, even if he's got that AWP. I still can't really get over the fact that I want a detailed forensic investigation of what happened in the last round. How do they not have time? Or are we just crazy? Electronic.
It was right on the edge, you know. Had to be it. Maybe he heard the music play and just bailed out. 4 on 4. Good trade from Perfecto. Nico's going to sneak through the smoke. Timing is perfect. Absolutely perfect. And he knows that Boomage has pushed door. He knows that lobby is overrun. Meanwhile, Amanek is holding the secret push. There's going to be 2 players coming in his direction. That's huge. Oh, somehow. That's 2 fights against the SMG that the rifles of G2 haven't been able to handle. This win has got to go their way. They have to find Boomage. Simple is not going to wrap behind. He's going to go towards vents, and that puts him out of the fight for too long. 1 versus 3, and he's going to go for it.
Surely he can't get out of this vent. Oh, he almost had him, but instead it's Nico with a triple kill. I feel like outside of Nico, I am seeing a lot of G2 members miss fights here or not win fights that they definitely should be winning. There was Nexer against Boomage in the last round, Hunter against Perfecto as he snuck in through Mini, and then this one over at Secret. I feel like those are all fights that are set up for them to win, and somehow they just fall short.
Yeah,
Nico's pulling it back, which is in itself amazing, but they don't want to be in that position, do they?
Yeah, things like those fights are the unforgivable ones, especially at this stage in the tournament, especially against this opponent. You have to get those. And G2's gotten away with a couple, as you mentioned. Still, Nico, 27 and 10. Next closest on the server is Perfecto at 14.
I think we said this earlier in the tournament when you and I were talking about G2 and casting them, that even though you know this is coming from Nico, it still never ceases to be impressive. Every time you see it, it's like the first time. It's so mad. He goes back for more and just knows the angle, has it on his spine, and is able to take down Simple. Will get traded, and that Krieg, I don't know if they could maybe go pick it up. That would be interesting. Hunter, a little bit too close. Otherwise, good attempt there for Electronic. If they can win this one, G2 are back in the lead. Yep, Shadow is showing. Oh, and good rescue from Jax.
There's one more player in the upper bomb site, 2 now that Boomage has come up the vents, but 50 seconds, G2 being very chill, being very relaxed, making sure everything's cleared. Hunter is not even going to go down, surviving with 6 HP. 11 to 10, G2 take the lead.
Not that many days left in the year, but Nico's performance is, I mean, it's been, this whole year has just been so good for him.
It's poetic the way his even his incredible resurgence that we're kind of experiencing the middle of it right now coincided with the return to LAN events.
Yeah.
Ever since they've come back, he feels like he's just been unstoppable, just continuing to hit a new level and a new level of consistency. Timeout taken from Navi, their 3rd on the defense as they talk things over. This does feel like we've gotten that Navi that we saw on day 1 that isn't quite the unstoppable force they've looked like for months previous. It looks like there's a few cracks here that they're trying to just keep together as much as possible. But Nico just keeps pressing on it, applying more and more pressure. 147 ADR for Nico.
God help us all. I don't even understand how that can happen. I mean, again, they're not just playing any old team. They are playing the best team in the world on land, no less. And he is essentially a one-man army half the time. 22nd round. Setting up for a bit of a play around Squeak. Actually could be a huge play around Squeak right now with Nico wrapping around outside. We'll see if they can find the timing. Boomich is catching Nico there. That's a bit awkward. If he wanted to join in on the action in there, then he has to stop and wait for it. And actually, they do kind of freeze in the lobby for a minute.
Yeah, it halts everything when Nico just says, there's too much pressure for me to go secret. They just say, all right, everyone pause. We'll change our plan. Utility they used outside early kind of gone to waste, though, as Boomich has the information that nobody's crossed over.
Look at the nades on Navi.
Running very low. One smoke to delay. That's on electronic. He's currently playing in mini.
Yeah, not much to work with here. If they wanted to slow them down.
It looks like they want to blow up out this door pretty quick. Electronic considering the smoke. He just puts it down. That, again, might ruin things. That's why he's putting the smoke down. He's stalling for this ramp push. Bit and Boomich both here. Hunter going to check the flank at just the perfect time, but they have no idea Bit is this close.
It's crazy that Navi know to call off the push because they were looking, and instead he just takes up this really advanced position, which if at any point G2 come back here, how would they ever check that? It's so hard to do. 30 seconds left. They're going to try and get out Squeak. Nice headshot from Jax. And remember, Bit is right behind them as well. Going to be catching Nexa on the stairs, but they're down below. And if they can just win the fight against Boomich, they can get the bomb plant as well. But he is standing tall and defending the bomb site. It's on the ground. Only 15 seconds. They have to move right now. Boomich, he'll get a bullet to the face from Hunter. Nico hunting Perfecto to follow it up. And now 8 seconds. He makes the jump across. And he's still alive. Almost no health. And they are on both sides. And Simple will find him. Good attempt. At least they get the bomb plant. But Navi, they equalize the score.
That was a grinding battle the whole way. Man, did Navi need everything that they'd taken early. The advanced position from Bit, as you'd said. The stall out of the door attack by the smoke from Electronic and Mini. That was huge as well to buy time. And Navi was in perfect position, and that was still a struggle. All tied up.
There was so much happening in that moment because that smoke to slow them down. You could see it took maybe 1 or 2 seconds, and G2 also realized, oh, wait a minute, maybe we're being slowed down for a flank. And then in that same moment, Navi realized, wait a minute, we should stop flanking, and just all of that happened.
It's too quiet. They're watching for something.
Yeah.
They're on edge. Man, and Nico had to commit to the defense to try and ensure that his teammate could get the bomb planted. You have to do it in a desperate situation and just pray for the best. Still, 3 kills with Navi's economy still very precarious. And a bomb plant is going to be nice for G2. They've got this buy and at least 1 more.
Yeah, they can still do a lot.
However, one of the smokes is screwed up, put out by Molotov on the roof.
That's interesting. Oh, trade! And there was the 30th kill for Nico. Taking down Electronic. Simple and Perfecto. They're fighting back, trying to defend the bomb site. Game is tied up. Nico looking to end this round, which he maybe could in this position. The timing is pretty good for it, and Bit has no chance. And down below, Simple is low on health. Doesn't have an HE, but the flashbang is still going to be annoying. Jax, unfortunately, falls at the same time, and Nico had no idea Simple had relocated back there. It's going to be another round for Navi. So close, and yet so far.
The timing of Nico's flank was almost perfect. He almost would have caught 2 players stuck above heaven. Almost a well-put-together round. Great shot by Nico to help open things up. Perfecto. And this one right here. Simple had just dropped into the bomb site. Nico never had the information. Obviously, his attention is pulled by Perfecto killing his teammate. Close, but no cigar. And here's that final buy for G2.
31 kills now on Nico. I've got to point it out. He is way, way ahead of the pack.
It's just always the question, how much can one man give you? Because he needs to do it again with an AK-47 here. He needs to deliver 1 more time. Trying to find a spam. He's got Simple down very low.
It's a decent start. Electronic probing away with that M4 outside. Didn't get a headshot just yet. But they're down below.
And they don't, Navi doesn't have the information, but remember, we saw Boomich playing this earlier, extremely passive. He was on the other side of it earlier to just spot out Nico with the deagle. This time he wants to spot him out here. Delay tactics, he can call it into his teammates, and we'll see Navi start rotating soon and shifting.
Yeah, sees them finally, smokes it off. They still have time. I mean, they can wait out that smoke if they want to. The fact that Hunter is still out here means they're not going to get shot in the back immediately. And Electronic, oh, the timing is absolutely ridiculous. If he had waited around a little bit longer, Hunter, maybe he could have seen Electronic, but now he actually might have a bit of a jump on them here with the M4. Gonna go for the spray. He will get tagged up. 30 seconds now. They can't spend all day looking for Electronic, and they won't. Amanek will take matters into his own hands, and they'll find Simple, who was low from earlier. 5 versus 3 with 20 seconds. Surely it is meant to be here. G2, they need to equalize, but no! Perfecto comes back, and it's a team kill on top. What in God's name is happening? It's Amanek on his own. 10 seconds on the clock, and he's going to get that kill. They need one more. 8 seconds. He can't really fake it. He has to go for it, and Bit knows. One more headshot to the board, and disastrous turn of events. I need replays. What just happened?
Oh, it's so brutal. I think Nico just, or excuse me, G2 just falls prey to the fact that Navi, with all that loss of outside and not knowing what's happening, pushing lobby, and they're coming right back, and Perfecto is the perfect angle at the right moment. That is everything for Navi. The kills that G2 got were not any bomb site defenders. Upper site not clear.
I love it.
That's beautiful.
We don't even need a translation, do we?
No, we really don't.
25th round.
Oh, Anders, that might be the wind out of their sails. It's going to be so hard to recover now from this. G2 was looking so good for a while.
Nico, he still just trucks on, still keeps going. Eventually, he'll fall, but yeah, that's such a heartbreaking round, isn't it? Because they really had that set up nicely.
And the kills G2 got were just the two players that are just like mobile and fluid across the map. Simple and Electronic. They hadn't killed any of the main bomb site anchors or defenders. So tough. And Perfecto sending bullets straight down through the floor. He knows he's got Simple and lockers just lying in wait. This could be beautiful. First headshot. Ooh, not going to be beautiful if you're Simple.
Done. Amanek has been playing a pretty good game right now. Gotta say. Second on the scoreboard right now for G2. Okay. Jack's also helping out to take down Perfecto. If they could steal this back somehow, that'd be amazing. Up on the high ground, Nexa walking in. Not favored this fight here. Boomich has got a good shot, and he will be able to take a double and give another round to Navi. Man, I mean, in some ways, it would just be even more impressive, wouldn't it, here, if G2, if they managed to mentally recover and come back and get back into this nuke map. Because that's hard. It's hard to stand up after taking a shot like that.
That'd be so massive. Well, you mentioned the Nico versus G2 battle earlier. It's not head-to-head. Nico's got his 8-2 in opening duels. Electronic is 2-10. So Electronic not having nearly as much success as he's had previously as the initial contact outside. And G2, they're going to have to lean on that success. But this time it's Simple downstairs. It's not Boomich jump spotting. It's Simple committed. A rare miss. Nico's going to continue challenging. And Simple might want to back away. Molotov actually forces him forward. He goes for more. He goes for extra. And that's an awkward exchange for Simple for what we know. And Nico can't handle Boomich. With the quickness out of vents, frags all across the map, and things are starting to opening up.
Oh my god. I can't believe Boomich actually managed to get in. Takes his rightful position down to the B tunnels and able to pick up Nico right afterwards. Perfecto. He's been defending real well on this A-bomb site, and they will find a 15th round. Navi right back in the driver's seat, winning 5 in a row.
Again, it's Simple and Electronic going down in that round. It's all the players that are outside extremity, not the ones actually defending the bomb site. And G2's doing a great job getting them, but they're not finding ways to actually get into the site, get a plant, and play a post-plant. They've gotten into a site and gotten the bomb planted down once in the last 5 rounds.
This is such a great opening kill, but then the follow-up, it's not Santa coming down the chimney, it's Boomich with an MP9. Horrific scenes, Jason.
Yeah, there's a Weird Al Yankovic parody about that one. Smoke is down, Electronic playing in mini. And Simple spotted some over the smoke. Little bit of damage on a Nico, excuse me, a lot of damage on a Nico, down to 36 HP, and more bullets coming through the smoke, gonna do some chip damage. But he's already in vents. He's already got Boomich. Yeah, that Night Santa went crazy.
Yeah, too much. Denied. No cookies, just AK headshots. Nico to take down Bit as well. He is doing it on his own. 34 kills. I think technically he had a team kill, so he's up to 35. And it's a 3-on-5. All of it thanks to Nico. And the rest of them, just make sure you don't give this one back no matter what. I mean, Navi don't look like they're going for it, but don't give them the opportunity either. 15-12.
Yeah, Navi's in money preservation mode. Navi's like, we got 4 chances to close this out. Let's make sure as many of those 4 rounds we have rifles in our hands to really challenge. You're exactly right. Nico again, what a stunning shot as the door opens. Incredible performance, 35 kills on Nico at 148 ADR.
This is how we can be sure that no one has figured out human cloning yet, because if they had, they would have cloned Nico already.
Yeah, we'd have a team of 5.
First order of business, just get him. Crazy output. Again, it's just this would be impressive if he was playing, you know, the 15th best team in the world. If he was, you know, doing that against a lesser opponent.
Yeah.
It's the fact that they're playing on LAN against the best team in the world and probably the best player in the world. And we're seeing this. It's so hard to make sense of, really. And still, it always feels like it's just not enough.
I know. It's the curse of Nico. It's been that way across most of his career, and that's why he's been such a compelling player to follow, is on some level.
He really did.
You just want him to succeed because he's had so many hard carry scenarios throughout his career.
He really did, you know, did have a wish with the monkey paw. And it's like, I want to be the best in the world.
We will give you all the skills you need to succeed, but
you're not going to win it.
You're never going to win anything.
Devastating.
Tragic figure for the moment. 3 rounds remaining here on Nuke. 3 chances for G2. Or 3 chances for Navi to close it out. 3 chances for G2 to bring us to overtime. They got to get each and every one of them.
Well, it's a really good shot if they start winning rounds right now, because the money
is hurting.
Yeah, they could do a lot here. They just need to win this one and probably half a round more, and then the last one should be fine.
The tough part is, like again, this is where you're going to see the mentality shift in Navi, where in certain situations they're going to say keeping the guns, preserving the weaponry and the arsenal is more important than winning the individual round, so they can keep a couple of M4s into the next one.
Flashbang, it's a good idea, but either Boomich was around the corner or he was turned. Whatever it was, it did not work out the way that they had expected. Boomich has been winning a lot of fights down here. I mean, he's been defending these B tunnels incredibly well.
Well, everything just got harder for G2 because Nico's provided you everything in this game. He's closed, he's open rounds as well, and now you got to go down the list and say, okay, who's the next guy who's going to be able to provide us an opening? In the previous round that G2 just won, remember, Nico got both of the 2 kills in the round to force Navi into a save. Now it falls on someone else's shoulders. 4 players coming down secret, and Boomich again, passive jump spotting. No smoke, no Molotov to delay, just flashbangs. But information is going to be king.
Yep. He just wants to make sure that they can't equalize it. If he challenges them, maybe he can land a headshot and run away, but this way it stays a 4-on-5. 30 seconds on the clock. He swings for it now. And maybe a little bit too soon. Bit's going to be coming in. He takes a kill there, dropping next to him, but he can't escape. There's a nade kill on Jax to add to the madness. And 19 seconds now. 2 versus 3. G2, they need to stay alive, but the bomb is up in the control room, so they have to pick that up. Headshots along the way. And Electronic now, 10 seconds. They go for the bomb plant, but do they know? Electronic going to bust over the door, comes running in, and Hunter will take him down. It's one more round, and they stay alive on Nuke.
They've done it. I think the touch of nerves hitting Boomich. He did not need to take the fight in towards windows. Let them commit. You've got a crossfire set up with Bit. They love the frag that he gave them. Swinging out onto the catwalk, and this is so desperate.
Is that the nade? Yeah.
Yeah, that's already unfortunate. Even with a little bit of luck thrown into Navi's favor, G2 still pull it out. What a great response after losing Nico early.
Yeah, once you take his pin, Mr. Grenade is no longer your friend.
Round 29. And they've done it. That's all 5 kills. No chance for Navi to save, so just on pistols. G2 an opportunity to close this gap and start knocking on the door of overtime. But this round has been the bane of their existence throughout this year. This round, these kinds of rounds have thrown so many obstacles in their path.
I'm not listening to what you're saying. I don't want to hear it. Right now, Nico with Hunter and Amanek, that's a trio for winning right there. That's what you need. So just forget about all that history. Just make sure you don't screw this up no matter what. They've got a lot of yard presence. The bomb out there. They've left Nexo over at lobby on his own. They're working the map. And I mean, if they can get up to heaven from where they are right now, probably should be a good position. Amanek has the bomb on his own with 40 seconds out here. That's the only real concern. But it doesn't look like anyone from Navi is nearby. Perfecto playing for the memes, which we can all appreciate. Nexa about to possibly get some early fireworks here. Oh, no. He's fine. That's a step away.
That's a hard pre-fire clear on that angle. You ain't getting the Zeus off in that situation. All right. Well handled from G2. Not even taking a point of damage in the round. Navi, you're going to have one more chance to win this in regulation. 15-14. G2 had to come back from 7-1 down in the first half. 15-11 here at the end of regulation. This has been a game of comebacks for G2. And they've just got one round left.
I mean, this is absolutely amazing. 14-15. Down to the 30th round. I've got to say, I was not expecting this. It just... First of all, you're right. It looked like G2 were out of the map in the first part of the first half even. You just felt like they weren't even really showing up to play.
Yeah.
And then they could have just as well lost it already here in the second half. But they keep coming back. If they could get into overtime, surely that is going to mess with Navi's mentality just a bit as well. And it's also horrifying to think of the fact that they have to keep playing Nico, even though some people are starting to catch up. Simple's playing better. Perfecto's playing better. Bit still always playing good, but still 34. 35. Really?
Yeah, really. Well, he might need 39. Let's find out. Here we go. Standard nades out. Simple. Ooh, he gets aggressive. He gets assertive with the AWP. This is so dangerous. Hunter's in trouble, and he didn't even know it until he's already dead.
So cool. Just feigned going down the vent and then came back for more.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, Bits out here, and they're not checking for him. He just ran right out there, trying to maybe beat some timing while Simple was playing around down below. He probably expected him to go down there. But now they're in a 5-on-3, and this is absolutely not what we were hoping for. From G2's point of view,
yeah,
very hard round to win.
It might just be over. Boomich, if Nexa can get that kill, he cannot. He can't win the fight. Jackson, Amanek for the map. Oh, this comeback just fell so flat right at the end. Navi calls a timeout. They come back stone cold and close things. 4 chances, it took all of them, but Navi take map 1. That's nuke in the books. When we come back from the break, we'll finish out the rest of this series. It's Navi versus G2. We'll see you soon.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Betway Whose Face Is That? AKA Who Dat Be? Today I'm joined by Zywoo and Hampus. It's Whose Face Is That? Which means obviously we're gonna be guessing whose faces have been all mushed together, and we know these guys are kind of the top of the line in terms of competitors, so I have high expectations, but whose face is that?
Oh. Who has this hair, bro?
Who has this hair? It's a little long on top.
What? Is it Exile?
Correct. Exile, 1-0 for the poser. Now, roll that ball, bro. If you've got the first one, go down to the eyes.
That means looking mid eyes.
There you go, look deep. Eyebrows to nose, and then mustache to chin.
Okay.
Can I buzz?
Yeah, go for it. Maybe it's taking too long.
Kajam?
Correct.
Kajam?
Kajam.
Oh, I was thinking Kajam.
Thinking a little too long there, Hampus. Who's got the bottom?
Nico?
Wrong. Not
Really?
Nico.
It looks like Nico.
Watch the jersey. Oh, that's a buzz.
Config?
Correct. It is config.
Yes! Yes!
Yeah, now you see it, huh? Now you see it. It's that Jake Paul look. You
2-1,
know what I mean?
2-1.
Yeah, 2-1 for Hampus after the first phase. And so with a 2-1 lead, Hampus, hold on.
Feeling good.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a fast switch. Get prepared for phase number 2. Hampus.
Device is the top.
Correct.
And then Apex.
Correct.
And then...
That is 2 points. That's a 4-1
yeah,
lead.
so this mouse, this is...
Tough one.
the jersey is...
Hard to see, huh?
Yeah, it's really hard to see this jersey.
I'll cut it down to a team. Mouse Sports. Let's hear it. No!
Beamus.
No!
Last one. Frozen.
Yes!
Oh my god, bro!
Yes. We did all the players.
Clutch pose. Yeah, very smooth, very smooth. All right, so it's a second point for Zaiwu at the halftime, but that's all we've got time for now. You guys are gonna have to bounce back with the Betway. Whose face is that in order to figure out which of these two win?
The closer at the major, but the opener in this series. G2 unfortunately can't rewrite history as Navi unearth yet another victory on the grounds of Nuke. And another absolute nail-biter. But this script composed slightly differently to what we saw in Stockholm, because going back to that first half, incredibly streaky, then coming into that second half, so tight.
I'm just happy we got such a good game out of this one, considering how the start went, as you said, Freya. Navi came in hot, you know, and it looked like G2 were getting desperate very early on. You saw a couple of the retakes scenarios, you saw a couple of the rounds where it was over within the first 20 seconds. So you thought to yourself, okay, Navi, they're back at their best. G2 maybe slowed down a little bit. So the fact that we're now standing in a scenario where this was probably one of the, if not the best game we had all tournament long is just, you know, to me, super exciting.
I think it's just inexcusable the way everyone on G2 is playing besides Nico. Like, there's so many advantageous rounds that they've had. Look at the pistol round. They're in a 5v4. They're stacked on rap. They can't get one kill. We can't get one kill between 3 guys. Like, somehow it still ends up in a 1v1 situation. Couple of kills, we can't kill people in the back. You fail a smoke for door when Perfecto gets, you know, that 4K basically, right? That created a one-way smoke for you. Just mistake after mistake after mistake. You are 19-11 in opening kills, obviously thanks to Nico. You lose both pistols, and it's still 16-14 somehow. Like, that's just crazy.
And then we go into, or back to that first half rather, and we see a moment where Amanek actually making some work, but it comes off the back of Nico really opening this one up.
Yeah, he got 2 kills through the smoke, but here actually the point was the 2 kills that Beat gets. That was something that G2 was doing a lot on the CT side against Navi at the major, right? And they were getting kills by doing that, and here Navi expects it, right? And Beat punishes, and that was a 4v3 that they're doing that push. And luckily for them, Amanek here, this smoke really won him the clutch. That was a big brain smoke. It makes Beat like watch around it if he's gonna lurk, and just outplays him here, wins the clutch. A game in which Amanek has more op kills than Simple. Electronic is the lowest rated player on Navi. You still can't get it done. Like, I think it's just too much for G2 that they had to go up against.
And
from their own team.
Yeah, and that's the really painful thing. We're talking about it, and the fact that Nico, man, he must be, you know, heartbroken right now. The fact that there were so many instrumental rounds coming into that second half too. I mean, I love that production made this little graphic, because it kind of is true, painfully.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Exactly that.
I'm not sure if he's more heartbroken than Yanko is right now. I really do feel your pain standing next to you, but again, what more can you do if you're Nico, right? I think this could be one of the best performances I've ever seen from a professional Counter-Strike player at such a high level. We're back in the studio setting, we're back at our LAN, and Nico is just killing everything right
Just look at the stats. Look at Electronic has 10 kills. Nico has the ADR almost Simple and Electronic combined. Can you imagine the score in this game if Nico had a game like Electronic? No? What would the scoreline in the end be,
16-4 or something
and
like
that's
that.
the thing, like, I don't know if you tweeted it or who tweeted it, is like, you know, Nico is like better than, but like Nico is better than Simple in this game, but Navi is the better team, right?
Yeah.
Like, his team is just way better. Perfecto had an amazing game. especially in the second half, right? Like, it just the reality of the matchup right now. Navi is by far the better team. Nico is the best player on the server as of this moment.
And it goes beyond the stats that we see from Nico as well. It's the impact that he's having in the server too.
He won 10 out of 13 opening duels. He was involved in 13 opening duels and won 10 of those. 12 multi-kills as well. We have an example because we owe it to the viewers to showcase you exactly what we mean when we say this is Nico Esports. Again, this round with the Deagle. Of course, it shouldn't be possible to win this one. It's a 2v5 with only Deagles, yet they made it competitive. And you see Nico in this scenario making it very, very expensive for Navi. He picks up this M4A1S, saves it for the next round, and we got another showing right here. Nexa, a kill right here, 4v4. He needs to get this kill. He's not getting it. Then Hunter in this situation. Well, he needs to get this kill. He's not getting it. Leaves Nico in a 2v4 again. And despite, you know, Navi probably should have won this. It took a little bit too long here. Nico gets one kill, stays alive exactly long enough for G2 Esports to win the round. Again, it's a problem that G2 is not helping Nico more in this scenario. It's a problem that he's the only one on the server right now stepping up for G2. Because if Hunter would have been here, if Amanek would have had a slightly better showing, or if Nexa wouldn't have bottled it, G2 could have won Nuke and they could have made this series super, super interesting.
And I think the thing that we need to point out is this isn't just, you know, just for this map that we've seen across the entire tournament. I know you're bringing out some interesting stats. The fact, you know, Nico's really, really high rated in this tournament, but the other members of G2 just haven't really been showing up.
Coming into this game, 3 out of the 5 are in the bottom 10, and Hunter is one of the 10. You know, one of those 3. I mean, right? And the only one who was above it is Amanek at 1.05. It's like that's I don't remember the last time I've seen one player get so little help in a tournament, and they're still able to win a game, make the other games look close, right? Like, I just don't know. Like, if you're G2 right now, just, you know, go to the bathroom, look yourself in the mirror, find something in yourself to do better than this. You owe it to this guy. Like, he's trying, like, he's clawing his way tooth and nail to get you above the finish line, and it's just really a little bit, just a tiny bit. Just please, just kill them in the back. Just please don't miss a smoke and you'll win the game.
I don't think I've ever in my entire life seen a guy like Nico putting up a 2.02 HLTV rating and still losing. That is absolutely insane. The impact he had in this game. He did, as Janko said, everything in order to deserve to get the victory. But as I said, in this case, it's clear. Nico right now is the best player on the server. There's no discussion about it. And Navi is without a doubt the best team. And that's unfortunate for Nico because they need him right now. Nico needs G2 to step up.
Yeah, and that's the really crazy thing when we're looking back to how this map started off. The fact that they were at such a round deficit as well, coming back into it almost single-handedly through Nico. You guys have kind of already said it. The fact that if one other player had just stepped up slightly more, we could be looking at a totally different result.
And also, if you're G2, you can't start playing in round number 8. I mean, they were down 7-0 on the CT side. And the worst thing is, it looked awful, the rounds, how they were losing it. Rotations weren't there. It's like the miscommunication all over the place. Now he was winning rounds fairly easily. They get one kill and the round is over. Even without getting a kill, the round was over. They went down vents. They planted the bomb on B in a 5v5. And I think G2, out of frustration more than anything else, because they weren't close to winning any of the rounds except for the pistol round, they just went for that retake. It wasn't a good decision, but, you know, considering they were 7-0 down, they made it respectable in the first half.
They made it into a good game, and it's just unfortunate for G2 they weren't able to pick off Navi's map pick, which is also part of the story. Navi on Nuke, they picked it up against G2. Imagine the scenario if we could move into Inferno now and G2 would have picked the map pick off Navi. That would be interesting. Now, Inferno for me was the surprise of this whole series. In the video, we talked about it. I thought they would have gone with Mirage. Maybe, you know, low-key, I was hoping they would pull off an upset in terms of Ancient and just testing that out again. But we're going into Inferno, which for G2 in this tournament alone, they played it once against NIP. They did win it, but it was very, very close against NIP with Fusi. They also played against NIP with Fusi at IM Winter, where they lost on Inferno after leading big time. So right now, I don't put too much stocks into G2 when it comes to Inferno. So I'm afraid they missed the opportunity, and that would be a shame, because this man right here, he deserves to play some more.
Are there any glimmers of hope when we're looking at this G2 side view? Obviously, other than the man on our screen itself, but coming into Inferno, anything else that you can see that we're potentially pushing this 1 to 3 maps?
I don't know. I just hope that the rest of the team wakes up. You know, you have to pray that Electronic keeps having a quiet game. I mean, you have to take that into account. Is he really going to have 2 poor games in a row? I don't expect that to happen. And also, you saw what happened to G2 yesterday when Nico didn't have 35 kills. I mean, against Vitality, they couldn't get it done either. So just, again, the rest of the team needs to find a way to be more efficient, just to do better. I mean, we're talking about some basic stuff. I'm not asking for a lot, guys.
No.
I'm really not. Like, just don't screw it up.
Do you think this is the last time we're going to be seeing G2 this year then?
I am afraid so. I'm afraid so. I think what Nico did right here, it's going to be more or less impossible for him to replicate that performance on a map like Inferno. That being said, though, he's the man who can make any impossible event, you know, seem possible. But yes, I need to see more from Amnek. I need to see more from Jackson next. They've been playing a slow tournament so far. Now will be the time to step up.
Well, G2 do need to step things up, and it's on their map pick. No less, they will need to do it. Potentially the last time that we will see them playing in 2021, and it all comes down to the grounds of Inferno. We'll be jumping into the action after this short break.
Welcome back to the one-man psychology experiment that is...
How much can one man endure?
Yeah, how much can you put? How much can one guy carry a team and still not be able to win? The odds kind of reflect what we just saw. I mean, a painful loss there on Nuke. Very close. They could have just as well won it. They were a couple of kills away probably from doing that.
Yeah, just a couple of rounds. I know Yanko highlighted a few of them in that death segment as well that just went against him. I don't know. It's tough. Now G2 kind of has to reset here for Inferno, and I guess you're just kind of praying it goes a little differently. Like, you need a little bit more help from guys. You need, you know, if you have the 3-man stacks called, you need to be able to have production in those setups. You need someone else to be stepping up. And I mean, if 35 kills isn't enough, it's so tough to see how G2 is going to overcome Navi here on Inferno.
Yeah, it really is. And this isn't like the odd game out. It's every game, it feels like, for Nico. And I know it's so hard because we were talking a little bit about this during the break, right? Obviously, his team is setting him up for some of this stuff. It's not like they're just running around doing nothing, right? But you look at some of those close rounds where they had some flanks going in. It just feels like really a couple of more kills going the way across the span of those 30 rounds for G2. And they win an extra round. Navi probably has to save another round. It's such a tiny, tiny margin to win or lose that game.
Yeah, it really is, as we saw, yeah. I mean, we even highlighted some of the fights in the previous one, but either way, you gotta forget about those. You gotta forget about the kills that didn't go your way, the kills that didn't happen. You gotta trust in what you have prepared here for Inferno, because G2 now in these lower bracket semifinals facing elimination up against the best team in the world, Navi. And they must win this map to bring us forward into a third. And Navi looking to continue this lower bracket run to the finals.
Yes, they want to make the full story of that lower bracket comeback themselves, which is always really cool to see. G2 on the T side, Navi on the CT side. They've got a bit of a stack towards the B bomb side. They've even got an HE on Boomich, so he's just ready for any sign of trouble. He's got that rare P2000 in play.
And Perfecto's even got a flashbang set up at Car. So, ooh, when does the flashbang come out? There it is. There's the pop. There's the peek from Bit. And there goes Nico. Huge kill. And even some great chip damage from the nade. A nice setup from Navi. It's done exactly what they've wanted. Damage. They give you a man advantage. And then you just back away and you can play the round passively however you want.
That's another, was that Nico getting the dink on Boomich? I'm assuming that was. So again, if he actually gets that kill instead, what a different round.
Oh, even a follow-up nade. They are chunked down so low, Amanek and Jax, and that's the two players with armor. You now are in a situation where even your unarmored players are going to have to be aggressive on this hit. 3 players here, smoke in the front of the site. One's boosted. Easy cleanup for both players. Those are the weakened up players from the HE grenades. And Navi is in full control here on their CT side pistol round.
Yeah, beautiful setup for them right now, and it just works out exactly like they planned. Nothing feels better. Little bit of a hiccup here as they run into Hunter. He's going to get a couple of kills. He fakes the bomb. Oh, he actually had the right idea, but he doubted himself. And Simple with the dualies shows up. When Simple pick, it's hard to argue against, isn't it?
Oh, I see how it's going to be. That's the way you want to play things, huh?
Listen, Jason, you play the CPL, but I'm just saying there's still some distance between you and Simple on some level. I respect you, you know.
Oh, thanks, man. It really feels like it. 1-0 for Navi. A nice pistol round and an investment from G2. Galil out in the hands of Hunter, who got 2 frags in the pistol round.
I once won free soda at a LAN.
Sweet.
Finishing third.
Good for you.
Yeah.
You drink it all in one place, or?
I believe we did. It was a wild party. So we were like 14. We won. All right.
3 smokes to work with for G2. No flashbangs to force anyone off the angles. But that's all right. You've got a Nico Deagle in play. You've got a Galil on Hunter. You have some weapons to make this work.
Good position for Hunter to be in. They don't, but if they had a flashbang, it'd be nice to be able to swing out and try and clear quad in this position. Gonna have to do it without, though.
Yeah, you just are playing this round with the understanding that you're gonna have to take some risks without those flashbangs. Simple, what's intel? There's the swing. Ooh, a chance for Jax, but it doesn't connect. Now Nico's gonna start getting frisky. Ooh, that could be everything, but the Molotov's going to drop and hold him at bay. He knows where the other player is now. He knows where both of them are, but G2 still lined up towards A. Jax on the rap side, that's Simple, but you can notice he holds himself back, does not overextend, and falls away into Arch with 1 kill. Nade does decent work. There's Nico with the frag. That's into the B bomb site, but they know the main thrust of this. Most of the players for G2 are at A. Nobody is budging from this defense, and there's now just 17 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, they can't even really fall back. They have to commit to the site. 13 seconds now as they try and get the wrap on. It's Hunter to go down, but did he get a kill? Bit doing remarkable work here, and he will find a double before he finally
bomb hit the deck.
Down.
Oh, no time.
Oh, yeah,
no time, even with the kill. So close. Bit, that second frag inside the bomb site was everything.
Oh, if they had 1 more second, that they could have had the bomb plant. They could have had the 2 versus 1.
I think even a little bit, I don't want to say lackadaisical because you still have to deal with Bit inside the bomb site, but slow to pick up that bomb. Kept off of it for obvious reasons.
It's actually crazy that Nico is able to get this kill. They know that he's there for like 20 seconds. They realize that he's out there, and they obviously don't want it to go down, and he still managed to find a kill no matter what.
However, I mean, with 2 players surviving after the time and the amount of kills that come out in that round, G2 feels forced into another buy. Keep up on economic pressure, and also you've got 2 players who aren't going to get a losing bonus, so your money is all over the place. They almost made it work with a similar buy. This one's a little bit more powerful with the second Galil in play.
Yeah, but also a very forward setup that's hard to crack if you don't have the Molotovs to get rid of Electronic's position.
Yeah.
We talked about this last time we saw Inferno. It's impossible really to flash everyone on this corner, especially if they're looking into the walls. Simple, boost it up, and he will take down Hunter, and this is working exactly as planned for Navi. Nico out here, and he'll find a kill on Boomich. It's a 1 versus 5 that he's now got one step in the right direction, but the bomb is on the other side.
Yeah, if you're going to try and win this round, you got to go almost hunt down that kill in the B bomb site. You know it's likely to be a 1 versus 1 over there with the bomb dropped in mid, but yeah, again, this is another situation where whatever Nico chooses to do it's whatever. There's no great option available to you. So likely to be 3-0, probably 3-0 for Navi.
Yeah, they spotted him out as well. So good position right here. That defense was textbook, wasn't it? I mean, that's what you want.
You nailed it too. I mean, you could see with limited nades, G2 knew they had to take some risks, had to go into some dry fights so they could have utility for later stages of the round. And it obviously didn't pan out whatsoever. And I do think that this is kind of an awkward buy that G2 didn't really want to make, just kind of forced into it by the conditions of how the first 2 rounds played out.
Yeah, and it's obviously... Oh, not gonna check that. It's tempting also. Sometimes you end up analyzing these things, you know, only based on the... We can only really talk about the results that we have, right? But if they had won this round, it would have been...
Yep.
Would have been talked about as being a really cool way to assert some control early on. So it's just tricky. But Navi playing this one forward. Okay, later on in this half, or maybe even in the second half, if you see this kind of a defensive setup, just try and look at how many Molotovs people tend to throw to try and get rid of it, because it really does make a difference. Scout on Nico. Do you approve?
I think the first 2 times I kind of saw him do it, I saw him do it like on Nuke, I Am Winter, and then earlier in this event he bought the Scout on T-side Inferno in a save round, and I thought it was a bit weird, and then he delivered like 3 headshots with it. So, again, at the moment with the way he's playing, like, yeah, whatever you want, man. Take it away.
It is hard to step up and criticize. It'll be Hunter, actually. Traded immediately, but still pretty cool with the Tech 9.
That's something they didn't have in the previous round. Just an opening kill to force some movement. Almost a second one. A dink onto Simple, but not the weaponry. And
God.
You almost thought he was going to do it. You believed when he pulled the trigger.
I really, really want to see a slow-mo shot of that. I wonder how close that was. 4th round, and it's 3-on-4 right now. But Navi, you're right. I mean, it does kind of force them to move around a little bit more on the map, even losing that 1 player. So they're kind of giving up the quad side and pit towards A in order to be closer to the B-bomb side and still have that sort of double teamwork going on.
Now, there's no smoke here. There's no nades for G2. You're kind of relying on Nico to just peek into this bomb site and grab a kill, and this is basically the same exact thing he did previously, except for the deagle. Oh, a shallow Molotov means Nico cannot apply pressure. You saw him wanting to step forward. He's going to do it anyways. He's burning. Oh, there's no way for him to have known that the Molotov would have spread on top of the railing. Unfortunate with a pair of tags, and the round is just going to slip away from there.
Jax obviously needs to go and die in this round, but he's still got 17 seconds to make that work. How come he can push a bomb site with a scout against 2 people with rifles or SMGs, and he still looks like he is the one in control and the one that's going to be dictating the round, basically. 2 seconds here, Jax. He'll pick up the kill and also all the way back the scout, but that's a bit awkward. Couldn't find a way to die.
Yeah, I wonder, I'm not sure if maybe the audio wasn't there, if someone was talking over him and he just couldn't hear the push. Maybe they just wanted him to like get lured into that play and be able to eliminate him after time, but from there with low HP, nobody wants to risk the weapons to take the M4 away from him.
Here we go. That's the shot. Boop. I mean...
Oh.
That is close. Real close. 5th round is coming up now, and G2... I mean, they had a similar start on Nuke. They ended up losing quite a bit at the beginning before they started to really wake up. So hopefully they can get back into action a bit earlier, because we really saw at the end of Nuke what happened when you were missing just a few rounds. Don't want to see a repeat of that at all. And Navi's economy is not good at all. So now is the time. Great start. Nico, take down Boomich. Doesn't even take any damage.
Well, you asked how he can... Seems like he just controls situations even with the scout pressuring B. I mean, with shots like that, it's going to start being very intimidating, especially if you just experience him on Nuke. The idea of just challenging Nico just probably being very uncomfortable. So 5-on-4 for the attacking side. Just over a minute remaining in the round. And they've hit pause. They want to see if there's going to be any reaction from Navi. Denying a little bit of information over to Simple, but Navi doesn't blink.
One thing we know about Simple on this map is that he is going to try and be everywhere, especially to try and fight Nico, right? Like, that's the goal. So, could be some really interesting battles going on between those two if they can find each other. Bit spray, but eventually the FAMAS will not make that work, and they will save the rest of it. I mean, that's something that I think is a little bit interesting to think about. If Nico keeps going towards Banana, you could imagine eventually Simple's going to want to show up there. But obviously, we've seen rounds where Simple, he's playing Arch, but we've seen him pushed up aggressively in A hallways again in the past when Navi have been playing Inferno. So it's some sort of a guessing game here because there aren't that many people right now that are going to be able to fight Nico.
Yeah, he's going to see a lot of different looks in Banana. We know Navi has a bunch. We've seen them pull 3 players over to start it out. We've obviously seen it with 2 players. We've seen them start out passive and more aggressive with nade dump and utility exchange, and some frustration there. And yeah, certainly when Simple comes over with the AWP, that's going to be a big challenge, a big test for Nico. 4-1. G2 gets on the board earlier than Nuke.
Yes. Victory already. Or at least success. 6th round coming right up. That one AWP on Simple. See how aggressive he wants to be with it. They will be able to buy a bit around it. Actually, slightly more than I was expecting. They were pressured a lot early on, G2. Even if they didn't win the rounds, they did at least make it expensive. So, one more step here, maybe they could do it. Simple again playing Arch early here. Jax this time leading into the upper part of Banana. And they're going to be trading some nades. Not that much damage and a boost to look over. That actually did work, but Boomich not quite with the crosshair in the right position. So they're going to get Banana control once again, G2, while I believe Hunter is clearing out A-apps on his own. Or is it Nico that's out there?
That is a lot of utility used from Navi early on in Banana. There's going to be a nade over towards the choke point. Simple's coming in with his AWP, though. He's like, fine. You guys want to just sit and chill and set up some kind of a B-exact? I'm going to come over and use utility to find an angle. And I'm going to hold on to this bomb site. 3 defenders here. Boomich and Perfecto in the choke point towards spawn on the right. Nico flirting with it, and there's Simple. The shot right through the smoke. Jax finds the boost, but there's the spring of the trap. Simple with a second, and the bomb site is closed.
Great movement, great rotation, and Hunter with the timing probably could have won that fight against Electronic. And if he had, it would have been a very interesting 2 versus 2, but now I'm not so sure. Amanek already down to half health. And Bit is also here, hasn't been touched yet, hasn't seen much action either in this map so far. 28 seconds, and Bit will find him. And Navi, they lose a round, they jump right back.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, Simple on this map. He's going to be mobile, he's going to be moving around, he's going to be assertive, and this is him coming over and knowing he had some defensive utility in front of the smokes thrown out by G2 that gives him the safety to set up a play like that for a quick peek and a quick kill. Simple grabs a couple and puts that B hit to rest. 5-1, round number 7. Still a good buy for G2. Still some money in the bank after this as well.
7th round, yeah. At least they have that. And they still have Navi economically in a weird position here. So there is something still to fight for here for G2. They're not that far away from turning the corner on the first half here. They could really do a lot, but Nico going to be pushed through, and oh dear, they line up Boomich with a double. That's a disaster.
Yep, there's a new variety of looks. This time Boomich pushed close behind the smoke. I think even Blind just holds down the trigger. Simple, a rare miss, but he's got tools to get out of trouble, and Amanek is just going to spray down, pre-fire the corner. A second kill for Amanek as he's opened up Rap side. And this gets a bit dicey. This puts Electronic inside the bomb site in a weird spot. He's got to cover Rap side, but he knows they could be walking up lane as well. It's all down to timing here. And looking towards Library, this would be huge for Amanek. I don't think he spotted it.
Sure he did. Sure he did. No, maybe not. You're right. I don't think he could see it. Now Electronic's going to go back and peek. Boomich wants to help out, but he also doesn't want to run straight in and run into Amanek somewhere. Still have 45 seconds. Bomb is right behind. See if they can get the wrap on. Amanek is finally going to be found here. Hunter doesn't check the corner quite. And there's Nexer on his own. 30 seconds left now. He's going to try and make the jump down. Electronic try to buy the time, and he will get the kill as well. Such a close round and such a big opportunity right there for G2. Amanek basically brought them back into the round.
Such poise and patience from Electronic, though. You could see the whole time all the different elements of danger he had to consider. He had to have felt so much more comfortable, obviously, when Boomich arrives and Boomich gets that kill. He can just focus in one direction.
Man.
He was quiet the whole time. Nobody from G2 even knew he was there. Lockdown defense so far from Navi, but we'll see if G2 has another comeback in him. This was a similar thing to Nuke. Simple, gonna drop the Molotov, splits the attack, but not quick enough, and 2 kills for Hunter. Round's over. Pack it in, Navi's got to save.
That's so interesting because he was turned to listen to what was happening in the middle, so he knew they were coming. I mean, the whole point of him holding the Molotov, but he just mistimed it by a couple of seconds, maybe. But it looked like he was...
It looked like he was set up to counter that perfectly.
Yeah. Really interesting.
Maybe just a bit deep on the Molotov. Small error, big consequences. And G2, you could see how patient and how on top of things they are clearing out the bomb site, making sure there's no tricks up the sleeve of Navi. So they'll get their second on the board.
Listen, they deserve that round, Jason.
Okay.
You know, from losing the last one, I feel like...
We'll give it to them.
Yeah. Something has to go their way. So, a second round, kind of slightly gifted. Navi's economy can't really afford to give those kind of gifts away, though. That's the issue from their point of view, right? They want to make sure they keep everything alive here. I don't think G2 should be hunting too aggressively either. Maybe Nico with the Deagle, it could kind of be excused, but the rest of them, they're going to be real careful. He'll go down in the end, and they don't have any money in the bank. This is so scary.
No, they're not going for it. They're content from here. No more hunting for G2. Navi's going to have to drop some weapons around, and it might be time for a timeout if you're Navi, just to come up with a game plan and make sure everyone's on the same page to prevent like a full economic collapse. Yeah, Molotov sails right by him. Just good shooting from Hunter as well. 180-degree turn.
Yeah, he's actually been playing very well on Inferno so far.
No timeout. Round number 9 coming in hot. 4-round lead for Navi. But G2, first opportunity to take the money away from Navi and close the gap in this score.
Might even sting twice as much for Navi if that happens now, based on that little mistake from Simple. You feel like, oh, come on, you know, it wasn't even really a fight. Simple, again, playing it close, this time with a smoke in front.
Oh, wait, they're doing pretty much the same thing, but they're wrapping behind. Oh, Electronic, 1 for 1. That's not bad, all things considered. It's the rest of the hit that's getting demolished. Jax is going to find one more, and that eases up the defense on the bomb site. Plant can go down. Plenty of time to get into new positions, and a 2-on-2 retake attempt for Navi.
Absolute all-out mayhem. You're right. They just crushed that defense. If Simple doesn't get that kill running through the smoke, even it could have been so much better for G2. But they are in a position here. Jackson, Nico, Perfecto, setting up to try and smoke off part of the pit. Not a bad idea as Boomich is making his way up slowly. There is a Molotov as well on Perfecto. That could be really awkward if Jax is the only one left alive up here in the hallway, but he's going to be able to get the spray down. Perfecto.
Don't do it.
Yeah, don't think it is not worth it. They're going to be able to win. They're going to win the round. And even worse, that is the economy gone for Navi. A third round on the board for G2. Ooh, man. They found a way. I mean, they got gifted almost a way back into the early half here, and they're going to take it.
3 round wins for G2, 3 plants, 3 times getting into the bomb sites. That was finally the kill that alleviated all the pressure. And yeah, this is an easy one for Jax. Pretty much every position in pit is blocked off by flashbangs, by smoke, and there's no way to predict he's going to be there. 6-3. That AK-47 saved, a kit on Perfecto, just a little bit of utility for Banana to put Perfecto in a position. Maybe you get lucky. Maybe he provides you a kill or two to open things up and give you a man advantage with the weaker weaponry. But that opportunity has slipped away. The fight he wanted wasn't there.
Yeah, certainly trying. Probably not worth pressing the issue and going back for seconds or thirds at that moment. You know, Nico gonna be out there waiting for you. Simple. Hanging around with a Deagle, close range. That's a good headshot. And very nearly taking the double there. Hunter left alive on just 10 health.
I don't think there's a world in which Hunter and Amanek thought that Simple would have stuck around.
No,
they wouldn't have heard the footsteps running away, so they might have had an inkling that he was still there, but oof. 4 on 4 and Hunter's very low.
Possible that the older Deagle would have won that fight immediately, right?
Yeah, very much so. The second the follow-up. Well, this is scary now for G2. Despite the fact that they have the AK-47s, Navi is stacking this bomb site. One more player thinned out from a creative boost. And you can feel the pressure on G2. All this work to get into this position. They can't let it drop away now. 3 players ready to pounce on contact. Perfecto. Oh, Nico gets caught jumping. Doesn't make his way onto the railing. And that is such a disaster. One player never cleared out. And it's happened again. Navi steal it right back.
Oh, they just need such a tiny bit, Navi, and they make so much work with it. 7-3. Simple on the one side. They got herded over onto the B-bomb site. There was the boost, there was the stack. And finally the round win. This is really devastating for G2.
Yeah, Nico gets that kill if he makes it onto the railing or if he just chooses not to jump there.
Yep.
That is tough. That's going to be frustrating for him. And Electronic with a few easy cleanup kills. Well, that's one you wish you could have back.
At least they still have money.
Way to be a half or a glass half full kind of guy, Anders.
That's, you know, sometimes you have to try and look at the bright side. There's just no other way. Probably hard to do at the moment if you're on the G2 side here. Nuke a distant memory by now, but still. This has been a struggle even to get the 3 rounds here. They need some wind in their sails. Boomich. Flashed on top. Another flash comes in. He just stares right at it and still somehow gets the kill on Amanek. That is a little bit obscene.
Oh, Jax, that's so smart. He stops and he picks off the rotation. He knows he's going to expect a smoke in the choke point. Simple gets caught out in the open on rotation, and G2 have cracked into the B-bomb site again. I don't know if Bit and Electronic even want to go for this. They've got a bit of money in the bank on the 2 of them. They could risk these weapons, but it would make for such a tough situation moving forward, and they're going to back away. 7-4.
Such a good catch. Double kill for Jax. Impressive stuff. And I'm not even sure I understand the initial setup between Boomich and Perfecto over at that bomb site.
They're trying to find a timing for Perfecto having 2 flashbangs on Coffin. Some kind of an indication they're going to come around the corner. I think with the first flashbang, Boomich actually jumped up onto the sandbags, which oddly enough made him very, very exposed. And Simple is just not even gun out. He's ready to set up a flashbang to support his teammate.
Yeah.
Now, again, I think the assumption is that there's going to be a smoke there by the time someone from G2 is crossing. And that's not to be. Heads up play from Jax to give access. 3 rounds back is G2.
They're starting to do it. Moving in the right direction. 12th round is coming up now. And the money for Navi, it is all the time right on the edge. I mean, that's almost something that's worth pointing out at this point. It's just Navi, the fact that they keep some kind of a buy going all the time must be frustrating for G2. They never get that really relaxing moment when they finally have the economy broken.
Well, they kind of had it. They just, you know, let it slip away. They had
that's
around
one AK. Yeah, that's true. That was the closest we've been, right? AKs and some Deagles, but you're right.
That's also today's Counter-Strike. That's part of the new meta. At this point, these teams are very, very used to the fact that you don't get any real reprieve. Those rounds that you get where it's just unarmored USPs are so few and far between. And you mentioned it earlier, there's all the utility to take mid control, and still 1-for-1 from Electronic on Rap side.
Bit of a trade. It's a good start, especially this early on. Nico's been holding Banana, and he's making sure that if there is a reaction for Navi to try and regain some map control over on that side, he's going to be able to catch it. But when you do this so early on in the round, you have a lot of choices you can still make. So G2 in a good spot right now. This is dangerous, though. Bit stands up. Hunter is almost certainly dead. I don't see him making that flick to just hit the straight headshot. So exposed indeed. Hunter is waiting for a mistake. Someone walking back from Arch, someone walking in the library. Still doesn't know about Bit being there, and he can ruin the whole day right here. 30 seconds on the clock. He's waiting. There's the Molotov. Is there going to be a point of contact? There's the stand-up of Bit. Oh, he misses the opportunity. And he's going to go down behind it. Perfecto left alone. They knew exactly where he was. He'd already got the first kill. And it's a 2-on-3. Get that bomb down and then secure the position. Navi will back on out. Somehow G2 have found a 5th round.
Yeah, and Navi, as you mentioned, just realized we don't really have a great opportunity, not a great percentage of winning this retake.
And no money.
And no money behind it. They want the SMG and the AWP for the next round. especially that op in Simple's hands.
That's a rare miss for Bit.
This has got to make you feel very happy if you're like a G2 fan, if you're rooting for G2 to win this map and take us to a third. This is unlike Nuke in that Nico still pretty quiet in this game at 6 and 8 as compared to what he was on the first map, and G2 still making it competitive. But then very typical of G2 as well, you sit here and you look at the scoreline, you're like, man, what if they just didn't lose to the 1 AK and 4 pistols? Where could they be now? Every round G2 has won has been getting into a site and getting the plant down. There's actually been no retakes, no defuses from Navi in this half so far.
Yeah, that's wild to imagine.
Well, part of it is, as you mentioned, they've kept the money of economy, or Navi's economy, like they've kept it so in check that it's always kind of been at that breaking point that Navi's making these decisions to preserve the weapons they have so they never have to descend to a full save.
Well, now here is another great opportunity for G2 to really come back in the first half. If they win this round, Navi's economy is still not looking all that good. It's not like they have a lot to work with. They can probably put together some kind of a buy, but it's not going to be amazing. So, chance right now for G2 to still have their say on the... And they could, if they... I mean, they did it on Nuke, right? They actually marched it all the way back in the first half, so maybe they could do it again. They're attacking the right side of the map. Perfecto and Boomich in this bomb site. They don't have a lot to defend with. A single MP9 and Perfecto on that C-set 75. That should never be able to stop an entire team coming at you. It's the Perfecto. CC coming up first, and he... Oh, no! Boomich as well! What is happening, G2? Where's the pressure now? The rotation is going to start to come in. Simple when that smoke fades. He's got the AWP on the other side. They finally get rid of Boomich, but Perfecto, he's picked up an AWP. They're ready. They know that there could be a flank coming in, and there is as well. Electronic is down. They're holding them and making sure they cannot escape. 45 seconds now, and they're in a lot of trouble. Here's the boost stop, and now it's just Nexa. I am absolutely speechless.
It's the chaos of the hit. It's so much of the counter utility from Navi just like dropped like randomly inside the bomb site at different positions to give them escape routes. And you could see what it causes. Nobody's with Amanek. He's trying to open up this site and he's trying to clear corners. There's nobody there to trade that kill. And nobody from G2 is able to actually progress into the site whatsoever. And even here, they know Perfecto is somewhere just stalled out, but no one is taking the initiative to go get that kill by simple enough time to get boosted up. And that is 2 rounds now that G2 has let slip away against mostly pistols and a couple of saved weapons.
They picked the right bomb site. They had the right idea. They didn't run straight into the AWP. They had a lot of things going their way. Nice opening again. Nico to take down Boomich. He is always good for that headshot on Banana. But they need way more. You're right, 2 rounds. I mean, this could have already been such a different first half. For sure, Navi would have had to have saved another round if those rounds go their way.
Yeah, I mean, we could be talking about G2 having a pretty decent lead in this map. Ooh, Electronic looking the wrong way. Still almost wins the fight. Simple's going to stick around for the follow-up. 5-on-3.
Yeah, I've thought about it for a minute. Surprised that he doesn't just wait a bit longer. But he's going to smoke it off and fall back into the pit. 5-on-3. Surely, Jason, this one is... It's in the bag.
You'd like to think so. I wonder how they're going to handle Hunter. He's set up, ready to go. Jackson alt mid with the bomb as well. And it looks like they're going to join up and maybe some kind of a fake towards the B bomb site. But Navi is gambling, and they're going to come out on top of this gamble. Although Nico aggressively clearing out the bomb site. He's saying, guys, just send me into B. Let me make sure.
Yeah, but...
Let me check this out. Now everyone come back.
I was going to say, if they call the bomb back and Simple hears it and runs into middle to stop them...
It's the time. The time is the biggest thing. You've got 22 seconds. Time to make the run, but not time if...
Only barely.
Yeah, I think he's going to... Yeah, maybe. I think he's going to be fine. I'm just... If there was a world and if Navi had tried to rotate and hustle back to the B bomb site, they could have fought on the cross. There's actually no smoke. You can see them being cautious about it. So, I mean, yeah, there was a world in which something could have gone horribly wrong, but G2, thanks to this time, the scouting mission of Nico...
I mean, if Simple's at that corner when they try and run, and he takes the shot, that's it. The round is over. Oh, man.
Risky, but it pans out. Because Navi had the right call on the stack. That is exactly where G2 wanted to head until Nico discovered B is empty. So 6th round on the board. It's now going to be a 5-2 run in the last 7 rounds. And the only 2 rounds that Navi have won in that have been the ones with a saved weapon and pistols. They haven't been able to win a gun round.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I don't know emotionally how to even feel about that. On the one hand, you've got to be impressed by G2. It's really cool to see. On the other hand, all that is really undermined by the fact that they lose some of those rounds that just make it not really the lead that it should have been. All of this stuff is really good. I mean, it could be so much better. Okay, 8-6, 15th round is coming up. And let's just see. Simple's at 14 kills. It's pretty good. Leading the board for Navi right now.
It's been a relatively subdued game in terms of like the stars, you know, the big star power names that we have, Nico and Simple. Nico eats a nade down to 45 HP. Boomich gonna jump right through, and he's got a blind Nico. Thankfully, Jax is there for the trade. Takes about half his health and damage. But a 4-on-4.
Timing on that one. Grenade. I don't know where it went, but certainly didn't tag Hunter. The AWP of Simple most certainly will, though. And he's out looking for more. He's going to find Amanek. And in true Simple fashion, once he starts to get rolling, he just sort of double and triples down on that aggression. And it's actually really hard to read. Nexa had already backed on out, but that's a classic scenario where you could have assumed that he would have fallen back, and he's just there for more trades. Jack's trying to beat the timing, but reloading at the same time. And it looks like Navi are going to find a 9th round here as Nexa is on his own. Simple's run past him. A bit awkward, maybe, if he could go in and find Electronic, but even then.
No, I mean, as soon as Simple clears Banana, they're going to know. They're going to realize what's happening. Nexa is no way for him to know the bomb site is clear, but he's got plenty of time to get this planted. And then maybe. And then a small percentage chance at a 1 versus 4. And it looks like before he gets that bomb down, he wants to go at least find 1 kill, alleviate some of the pressure that's going to be coming after him later. If he finds Electronic, book back to the bomb site. That's the best you can do.
Yeah.
Time for the plant.
He doesn't
get into
know
a good
either.
Position.
He just doesn't know either. That's the problem. He's got almost no information. Now it might be too late. He goes for it. It's a really cool round so far for Nexa. 1 versus 2 now as he finally gets the bomb down. He's still stuck inside of the bomb site, though. And they have another smoke on Simple, but no more flashes to get rid of him here. Simple goes for the peak. Nexa, he's in trouble, and finally Perfecto will find him. It's a 9-6 finish at the end of the half. But I gotta say, he made that doable. He made me believe for a second that he could have done it. Navi's still with a good lead going into the second half. It's coming up after the break.
Hey guys, I'm here with Bit. We're gonna do some CS money skin scribble. We're gonna draw on some skins, and we hopefully he can guess them when I draw it, but I'm a bad drawer, so we'll see. Are you ready?
Yes. Is it Tiger Tooth?
It is Tiger Tooth. That's the first one down.
It's interesting. Blue. It's Cobalt, right?
Yes, it is. Another one down. Cobalt Disruption. Are you ready?
Yes.
I think you're gonna guess this one.
It's might be Hot Rod, right?
Yeah, it is. It is Hot Rod. Do you have it?
No, I didn't.
You're so fast, I only get to draw like one line, and then you're like, it's this one.
Maybe it's Blue Lemonade, right?
It is. Yeah. It's Blue Lemonade. That's a pretty old gun. Asimo.
Yes.
We're insane. Another point. I know what it is.
Wait. Maybe no.
It's something like a red Autotronic.
It's soon. No. Soon will be film, you know, movie.
Oh my god, it's a pass.
Crimson Web.
Ah, yeah. I understand now.
You know what is it?
I do?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
For sure.
Is it the golden AK? No, it's not. It's full gold.
It's a bit old AK. You know?
It's
it's like,
this is Scribble.
You should know it.
I should know.
For sure, you know it.
What's the name?
Full Injector.
Ah, okay, I remember it now, yeah, I remember it. The yellow one.
Yeah, we'll take it with black bars.
Yeah.
Maybe you understand what it is.
Oh, boom.
Yes, easy.
Easy clap, easy clap.
Easy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. G2 versus Navi. Second half, second map. Here it's an elimination game. And right now, Navi not that far away from eliminating G2. Somehow they've won some of the harder rounds, G2. They've lost some of the easier ones, and I don't really know what to make of it.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a conundrum, one that they've tried to solve for most of this year. 9-6 for Navi. I imagine it felt subdued without, you know, too many crazy shenanigans coming out of Nico, like we saw in Nuke. Simple was pretty quiet as well. Simple still ended with 16 kills and 6 deaths.
It's pretty good.
Next closest is Perfecto and Electronic on 10, both on his team.
Yeah, but you're right. There's no one really going crazy on the G2 side yet, anyway.
Ooh, Anders, you're going to love this. If they continue and descend into a Hulls pop tactic, they're going at Hunter with dualies.
Oh, well, the whole pops is actually also one of my favorite shots on this map in general. I think it's really
favorite strats, favorite weapon.
Why not? Could have had more dualies in the pit, I've got to say, but other than that, yeah. Bring it on. Initial grenades have been set up. This one, smoke for mini pit or library if you want. Always need it for almost any strategy, really.
Hunter just pop flash cleared Hulls. As soon as the utility was sent out, Navi's going to try and split towards the B bomb site. Amanek in front of the smoke. Oh, they didn't realize that was a possibility. Still ripped off his head.
Yeah, he got aim punched way more than he was expecting there. Oh, Boomich on the wide swing next. I thought he could stay close and just listen for the sound. And now it's Nico in the back, and there's just way too many targets coming at him. And look at Electronic up in CT spawn. Gonna be able to get that kill. So well executed, well planned. That worked so good for Navi.
It really did. I mean, still, there were some opportunities for G2 to stay in that and win that round. Amanek playing by library, in small pit, and not able to handle anything. And also Nexa trying to get back to the B bomb site eliminated. And at that point, Nico's got to be feeling lonely in the B bomb site. 2 players coming spawn, 3 coming banana.
You know,
what's up?
I was curious at one point, so I went back and I found every time Astralis and Liquid had played each other in 2019 on Inferno. And one of the things that I realized was in the pistol rounds, that smoke that Amanek got taken down right in front of towards a little pit or library there, that smoke gets thrown so much in pistol rounds, no matter what is happening. And it actually feel like it must be very confusing on the CT side when it goes down, because you don't really know what to call, right? There are some smokes that it can really only mostly be one thing, right? But that smoke is like, oh, it could be for this kind of a split, it could be for the regular Hulls pop, it could be for a wraparound quad. It just, you see it coming down, you're like, yeah, it's that smoke again.
Yeah,
like,
it's a smoke that doesn't have any kind of a tell of what's coming next.
Hard to deal with. Dualies are back.
Well, both pistols won by Navi again. That makes all 4 pistols played in this series across 2 maps so far in their favor.
Not a good look for G2 right now, is it? They need everything they could possibly get. They've got a lot of HE grenades on in this round, and there's a good headshot. Nico, can we have some more, please? Anything they could get. There's the jump. Oh, I wanted that with all of my soul. I wanted that to work out.
Follow-up smoke. Ooh. Boost over the top. They might expect this.
Surely they will. Surely they will. They're thinking about it. He's so close, Perfecto, to walking in the line of fire. I don't think he realizes, but yeah, they're going to back up. And still, this is kind of pushing them towards the other side of the map. So something is being accomplished from G2 in spite of the fact that that they don't quite have the weapons.
Problem is, it's still going to be so tough. Hunter's playing a really passive position, just a spot for information, which means the only real defense on this bomb site is Jackson Amanek with pistols in a crossfire, and they've got to be very effective. Nico finds the timing. Deagle failing him again at long range. Tough shot, but Jax is here to deliver. 1 headshot for him, and Amanek needs more. They don't clear him out. He finds one from beneath, and this time it's Navi against pistols who gets stalled out, and Deago's First Deagle is back and working. Jax finishes it off, and G2 respond in kind.
Oh, it feels like justice, doesn't it? They managed to get a little bit back in their favor. Oh, I don't know if it's quite a sigh of relief yet, but that is something that they desperately needed here. Good shooting from Jax as well. And you're right, Nico, he kind of failed the second attempt there, but made up for it towards the end. It's all good. No bomb plan either for Navi. They're going to buy some deagles of their own. Symbols displeased.
There's been a lot of those faces, and I mean, you know, even hearing the players talk about some of the performances they've had in this event. Obviously, Navi feels like they're nowhere close to firing on all cylinders. Still, a very dangerous. Oh my lordy! Well, sure.
Okay.
Sure, we'll take that.
Good air jump, air strafe control,
Yeah.
whatever it was. Just skipped around in a circle. It's like, all right.
That was like the I've made a huge mistake dance.
Yeah.
Nice little spin, and he's gonna recover as well. Bit's gonna fall, an easy kill from Jax. Doesn't know there's a second one. Electronic wants to punish, and he's gonna get it. Tech9 gets the job done.
I've made a mistake dance. Where is Jordan when you need him? Can we get him? Can we fly him in?
Make a new dance, and then potentially down the road, a new music video for it.
Hell yes. I'm down for that. I don't think he wants to come to Denmark right now. He's hanging out in
Cali.
Cali with the sun. Sun still shines every once in a while, I guess.
Weather's nice. But then again, it's California, so who's really losing there?
True. True.
Here we go, 10-8, 2-round lead for Navi.
Everyone is still right next to each other in terms of kills on G2. It's a real team effort right now. And no money on Navi, yes. So, big opportunity right now for G2. They've screwed up a couple of these rounds in the first half. I feel like on the CT side...
No, that was almost a double. That was almost 2 kills with 1 deagle shot. Ominex brought to 15. That's the fuel of nightmares.
What's going on? I was just about to say on the CT side it's way harder to screw up because it's holding the angles.
And then G2 said, hold my beer.
Oh no.
Well, this puts the most pressure on Nexa, who's now got a jump spot at the half wall in Banana so that Nico can rotate over to shore up this defense. Because Ominex had 15 HP. Now, Navi, they don't really have a whole lot of utility, but if they can make it happen, if you can force Nexa back into the bomb site and then come back towards A if you choose to, that could be crazy, because if you apply enough pressure on Nexa to where he has to sink into the bomb site, Nico is going to have to make a decision on where he wants to stay.
All right, Nex is actually playing this really well in terms of he's being forced a little bit back, but not so far that he can't hear what's happening out there. At least he knows that they're not stomping up Banana anymore. Nico playing an off angle. Galil out. They're all going to be jumping for it. He goes down. Jax trying to respond. 20 seconds. Oh, this can't be how it ends. This would be devastating for G2. They've got to find a way to defend this bomb site. 15 seconds. Jax down in the pit. It's a good start. Aminek, he just needs a kill. 1 kill might actually do it here, but he goes down to Perfecto.
Oh, the bomb. The bomb's up top. They can't get it in time. It took so long to jump up, and that's the round. Holy hell. Another gift for G2. They got one of these on Nuke, and it wasn't enough.
Oh, divine intervention, isn't it?
Shout out to Jax. Just barely doing enough for the round win.
Wait, here's the slow-mo replay. That's almost 2 for 1. You don't realize right away, but yeah, that's the kill where the bomb drops up in the graveyard and they just can't really get to it. They actually tried. He actually failed to jump even once. That might have done it.
I don't know if he still would have had time after that, perhaps, but I mean, man, what a fortunate bomb drop for G2. And in that kind of a situation too, sometimes it's like, you know, in your head, you're probably thinking, what's the guy with the bomb doing chasing someone down a graveyard? But in that situation with the clock running low, trying to get the round win, it's those are the kind of details that can very easily elude you. They needed to clear Jax out of that position.
It doesn't really get more intense than this. They're trying to bail themselves out of this potential loss, and now they're being bailed out slightly by, I don't know,
Game
destiny.
physics.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Everyone pulling for G2 in this map.
Yeah, everything is kind of trying to get behind them at the very least. 9-10 the scoreline. I still really can't understand it. They got the AWP. They have something to work with right now. They don't have still the momentum. You can feel it. Every round is a struggle, but they're not that far away. Nico charges through. Okay. Dangerous game being played here. Steps into the Molotov and takes a bit of damage. And they're going to redeploy that smoke way at the bottom of Banana.
Yeah, but that's all their smokes and Molotovs. We saw last round the one single smoke that Nexa had left to put in the choke point towards the end of the round caused Navi to go back towards A. They don't have that luxury anymore. Nico and Nexa have taken a good amount of damage as well from the utility exchange in Banana. Now, Nexa's going to go for a spot jumping at the half wall. If he spots someone and he feels like they're in a good position, Nico's got a flashbang lined up at Coffin. So if they commit towards Banana, G2, they have this aggressive setup ready to go. They're going to lure them in a little bit close. There's the flashbang. Nexa swinging out with it. Oh, he had the target. He goes back for more. He at least gets that and the bomb drop. Bit goes down on the other side of the map. And all of a sudden, I think Navi, they have to hit this site. This is their only option.
They don't have the Molotov to burn out Nico at the back, so he could stay here at least for a minute while backup is being called for. Let's see. They don't have a lot of time to check either, Navi. 25 seconds, and Nico will find one, do some damage to Simple, and they line up for the smoke. That's the bomb now no longer being planted, and Simple, he's being hunted. Jax will come through to get him, and it's tied up 10-10. Great round here out of G2.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Just barely hanging on. Good frag from Nico. Good support from Jax as well, not being afraid to come through that smoke. That was a huge win from Hunter, but really the setup that got one kill for Nexa and all the information of what's to come allowed G2 to make the right call.
Actually kind of a hard kill for Nico to get. Tracking him as he's jumping on top of the boxes there.
Yeah, it could have gotten a bit spicy if he missed a few more bullets.
The Eagles are back. Now, let's not even talk about what could happen this round, Jason.
Okay.
Not even...
We won't even bring it up.
No, just another round.
4 rounds in a row for G2 after losing the pistol. They've won everything since then. 14 kills on Jax, 12 on Nico. For Navi, it's 19 kills on Simple and 14 on Electronic. Your top duos for each squad at the moment.
4 in a row. I mean, they haven't been clean rounds, but they've been there. I guess that's really all that counts. Tied up, 10-10. Effecto out there, headshot, but a good return, and an even better follow-up from Nexa, tapping a little bit through the smoke. Gotta be careful here. Oh, Electronic! Feeling greedy, thought maybe he was out of bullets, but he wasn't.
And then Nexa making the smart call, tagged on the jump for information. You realize you don't need to go for that kill. Hunter finds the final kill, and G2 have taken a lead. Their first lead of the game.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, this is... And they survived the round, obviously. More importantly, right? They don't actually fall victim to the Deagle. So
they've got money built up as well. I mean, G2 is actually setting themselves up nicely for the final, what, like 6 or 7 rounds of this half.
Had to flip the script a little bit here. What would you say Navi could do now on the T side? What's a good way for them to break this streak?
You know, I think obviously they're going to establish banana control here. I think a lot of it's going to come down to this fight of what else you can do. Ooh, that flashbang a little bit late. Ooh, Simple falls over the flames, and yeah, that might be frustration from Simple due to the flashbang that forced him out of his timing.
Yeah, he's meant to be running up kind of with his back turned. And then when that flash comes in, he's ready, but...
It might have also been a counter G2 flashbang. With the chaos, I couldn't perfectly tell.
But yeah, that means banana control is there for G2, and they have the man advantage, and Perfecto's taking some damage on top. Hunter almost looked like he got caught in a weird kind of jiggle there, but Bit still goes down. Interesting. Bit's been a little bit quiet on this map. He's got 8 kills. Given what you normally see out of him, that is certainly a bit unusual. And if they could win this round almost flawlessly, I mean, so far this is setting up to be amazing.
Yeah, the money even plumes up even more. Boomich and Perfecto going to back out. They want these weapons for the next round to chip away at economy. You'll have some pistols bought up around it with the full losing bonus in the favor of Navi. These two guys obviously won't get the benefit of that, but they've got the money to pick up some nades as well. I would imagine, you know, with this kind of a scenario, if you're Navi, I can't recall how many timeouts they have left, but you'd think that they're going to call one and talk things over of how they want to do this.
I mean, there's obviously a lot of method behind the madness in how you fight Banana for both sides. But it can feel a little bit frustrating if you're just throwing away round after round trying to get Banana control and you keep running into Nexer or someone else up there.
Well, the interesting thing will be, when does Navi try and switch things up? We saw kind of G2 struggling with some of those things in the first half. And remember, they just called that kind of contact play up mid with a very fast pacing where Simple's Molotov was a couple seconds late. Hunter got the 2 entry kills, and it was just an easy win. You can go into something like that, especially if you have a bunch of pistols around this. See if you can find a really awkward timing for the defense where you can slip up mid, maybe a fast halls pop, something. Problem is now, with all the money that G2 has, as we talk about a number of times, so flush with cash, they always have full utility. The early rounds can be controlled by the defensive utility as well.
I mean, in the pistol round, they went for a B split, and obviously it's a little bit more tricky to execute later on when the CT side will have more grenades to slow them down. But I mean, it's still a cool play if they feel like they can apply some pressure. Also, because Hunter's been playing pretty aggressively on the quad side, so maybe if you can Molotov him back and then get into Archway quick enough, that could be an avenue for Navi to play around.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Excuse me, it's not pistols with the full losing bonus. They got guns. They got real guns, real weapons.
Good.
Okay, here we go. Round 23. G2's defense looking great. Now 6 in a row to put them in a 2-round lead. Ooh, that nade is spicy, and that one is pretty damn good itself.
Trading nades.
The life of a banana player.
Yeah, the worst possible iteration of hot potato yet. No one's enjoying this one. Oh, all right. Smoke, good timing, good call for Perfecto. Another nade will land on him, and the worst of all, the bullets to the face, and he goes down. Stack on the other side. Well, that will give away the fact that 2 more people are there, so still over a minute, so they're not going to know forever, but still, they had an idea of what was coming. 4 versus 5 now, and Bit angling for a headshot. He's had a rough game, as I said earlier. Only 8 kills to his name. He's got a Galil right now. His headshot percentage obviously is legend already, so maybe he could find something. Amanek scoping right into the smoke as it fades in front of him, and he misses the shot. Boomich will take him right down, and that's trouble for the defense here. Hunter inside, still 40 seconds, and they're coming from... They don't actually check the corner. I wonder if he could have maybe slowed it down, but impossible to tell in the moment, and it looks like Navi have found a way.
That is a crazy, crazy position for Amanek to be in. I think sticking around way too long under porch, playing the game with a smoke clearing with that AWP. Oh, it feels like that could have been in a better spot. And from there, it's just a waterfall of terrible events if you're G2. Jack's peeking at Haycart when he could have set up a crossfire inside the bomb site, and the defense crumbles.
Yeah,
like that should have been a way stronger setup.
There's no stopping them once that first guy falls, unfortunately. Nexa? Oh. That's awkward.
I mean, he's like, okay, maybe they're just going to save in pit. I'll just molly him out of the corner and shout out to Doja. And then you die.
Would have been a cool tribute to a legend in his own right, but
I hate this. I hate these decisions.
Yeah.
No disrespect, obviously. Amanek is not a great, effective position for the op. At best, that's a 1-for-1 trade with the AWP there.
Yeah, I was gonna
Jack's
say,
peeking. He could have had a crossfire with Hunter in that corner if he stays in pit.
Yeah, even in the best case scenario where he really does get the kill, it's really likely that the same thing just happens with, you know, maybe one Navi player less, but who cares, you know? So 12-11, they finally find a way to put an end to it here, Navi. The streak that has been going on for G2, and like you said earlier, G2 have some money in the bank, so they're going to be able to invest into the round, which is amazing news. Actually, even after the buy here, they have a good cash.
Yeah, they have so much money built up. They did such a good job in this. Like, every once in a while, you see those 6-7 round streaks where it's like, oh, they actually have no money somehow. They have not been able to build anything up. Not the case here. G2's got plenty of buys through any losing streak that might occur.
Do you think G2 have the confidence to make one of those down mid plays at some point here? We've seen other teams do that a lot. So maybe if they feel like they could catch Navi, that would be a stunning way to get to 13 or 14 at some point.
Yeah, it could be cool. We obviously saw, I think it was at Astralis that busted out like a super aggressive down mid defense on Inferno just the other day. That was fun to watch, but I think with how much success G2's having, you know, in Banana at the moment, like, why? Who would you want to send down mid? It'd probably be Hunter or Nico, you imagine?
Yeah. I guess it's like it's a hard thing to try and figure out, right? Because if you do it... Oh, nice nades. That's actually going to give them an opening. Simple still here. Flick, and he's trapped in the corner, but they don't want to stick around. And Nico knows, and now Simple is coming for him. And Nico, he might not be able to escape.
No, he's got a long time to play this. Oh, no, that's a huge double kill. Now Navi doesn't even need to worry about Nico, but Simple still knows he's got him. Oh, what a peek. Off the top, spots it out and pre-fires. Still, what can Hunter do? Can Hunter do anything? I think he knows there's one in pit. He's got to take a risk. Oh, big win and big survive.
I can't believe it. If some of these kills, how does Bit get the double? How does Nico win the fight? How does Hunter come out of the smoke to actually beat him in pit? But still, they're low on health. They do have kits. They have a smoke and an HE. Nico now showing up in the apartments. His cousin down below, sneaking in with the AUG. This is a low percentage chance here for G2 to make it back. Navi might be about to tie up the scoreline, and G2, they have money in the bank, but still, do you want to throw this away? Electronic in one position. Boomich, there's the crossfire, and they managed it absolutely perfectly. Tied up 12-12, and we're going to the 25th round. My thought just is, if you stick to the defense that's working all along, if you start to lose and then you make the big change, that change will also be a little bit more obvious, right? Yeah. Whereas if you actually change before the collapse comes, sometimes maybe that could be a little bit weird for now, because if they do it now, losing 2 in a row, maybe now we're like, all right, maybe they're going to be a little bit aggressive now.
Yeah, we'll see. If they want to throw that in to mix it up, it's a bold play. Certainly in a round like this, where your entire economy is on the line, you can understand playing something a bit more standard. Good damage onto Perfecto, stepping into the Molotovs. This is, again, a lot of utility used in Banana. Nico's entirely out of grenades, but he's got control deep. He's down at logs. Nico out of nades. Hunter was support utility at Banana. He's out of nades as well. Nexa's only got the one flashbang. Everything used by G2 to control Banana early.
You almost wish they could rotate Amanek over to be in this position as opposed to Nexa, just because of the AWP.
They're able to. He's on ramp side right now. He wants to go peek mid. Maybe after he investigates a little bit, maybe then he can make the call to rotate off. But at this point, Nexa's saying it's all clear. Don't even worry. No stress in Banana. Just keep your eyes peeled in mid.
50 seconds. MP9, good range for it. Simple falls. Amanek not flinching at all, and he hits the shot on Electronic, probably saving his teammate in the same shot. Bit, though, coming out looking for another double, and it would have been outrageous if he would have got it again.
There's still no support for Nexa. There's actually a chance here for Navi. They have one smoke for the spawn choke point. Nico's rotating over. He's got no utility, no flashbangs, as we highlighted earlier. Nothing to delay this. If Perfecto can find this kill, Molotov forces Nexa into the open. Huge win, and decent damage on the Boomich. He's now in a 1 versus 3, but Nico is low, and if he goes for a spam, he could get lucky. It's not going to happen. The boost over works perfectly, and G2 hold on to the lead just barely at 13-12.
First time, I think, almost all game that we've heard actual shouting. These teams have been fairly quiet. I think they're so focused right now, but...
And it was such a talking point for G2 in the pregame interviews. Like, we're not having that energy. We're a momentum-based team. We need to get the yelling and the excitement and the hype going so that we can keep rolling in our favor.
Now is the time for it. Nexa has stepped it up massively. He's up to 17 kills. Hunter's at 16. Again, they're all playing really well at the moment, but they have such a shot right now. G2, 1 round ahead. They just need 3 more.
And you can understand the frustration we just saw on Simple's face, his hands over his head, and that's an opportunity that he realizes they've missed out on. He knows with the 2 round wins, they had ground their economy down to nothing. They needed that reprieve on the T side to slingshot themselves into control of this map, into the later stages, into the final rounds, and they just didn't get it. G2 looking good.
Limited funding to work with now for Navi. Bomb plant there would have been really helpful. Still able to put some AKs on the board, and actually the grenade situation is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's been critical. Both these teams dumping a lot, using a lot very early. This time it's going to be a bit different. G2's not fighting for it. They're setting up for a delayed take. Nico, he's committed. There's a Molotov behind him and just couldn't control the spray, but a good cleanup from Nexa. Much needed.
An airstrike to make up for it. That is critical. Imagine if they would have got away with that because he had to transfer that spray eventually. A second guy came in. The first one was still flashed, and he never got any of them. But luckily, the nade did. 4 on 4 now. Boomich also tagged by that same nade and the spray. Amanek now going to be sneaking in. Oh, this is a little bit spicy. And Simple's just there, ready in the angle, and straight headshot to take him down. It leaves Nexa on his own. He has to stand tall, but Simple is on a mission, and he will drop him to follow. Hunter, I don't even know what you do here.
It's a save. Yeah, you can't even mess with it. Oh no. This is heartbreaking. It's going to be 13-13. That's the first time G2's tried to go for that mid-round push at Banana with an AWP, and Simple's still just ready and waiting.
Yeah, that's not even a fight that's been happening a lot. You're right. Mostly Amanek has been playing over at quad side, right? So, or Arch. This is a great nade, but it still is not enough. He's even backing up. He's just so quick. Impossible to deal with, really. That'll tie the game up. 13-13. Understandable frustration.
Yeah, it's getting worse. 13-13, and the money is going to be the big question for G2 now.
Do you think they could sell like little punching bags that are like, you know, stuck to the desk?
Okay. That's an idea.
So you can get rid of some of that frustration.
You can beat up the desk as much as you want.
Yeah. Call me if you want to invest into this new venture. 13-13.
They can't even really drop anything over. Ooh, this is the hard part. G2 is gonna buy into this round, and it looks like they're investing pretty much everything. SMG is dropped over. Deagle's picked up. Okay, huge round. This is gonna determine who takes control. G2 have no buy after this if they can't win. Navi's got money built up, so a little bit less pressure on their shoulders.
I mean, in spite of everything that G2 have done to come back, you're right. Navi could sort of sneak away with the victory right at the end here. That would be so devastating. It'd be another horrific way to lose. I mean, Nuke was already absolutely gut-wrenching, and we could be seeing a similar thing right here. 27th round. Banana in control of Navi. Bit and Electronic are checking out A apartments. Not quite with mid-control yet.
I think that's what G2's rotating over to do, is to challenge this mid-control and hopefully get a couple kills here. They have 4 players stacked up. Nico's got one more smoke after this that he just deployed. That's gonna expire around 45 seconds. Good kill from Amanek. That's deep. He knows where the follow-up peek is coming, but can do nothing about it. He had that pick earlier with the AWP. Watch for that in support of Hunter, but this time, not the tools to deal with it.
Jax has a flashbang. Yeah, he's going to flash Hunter in for the peek. Oh, but it flashes Hunter instead. They'd already moved up in front. That's a big problem. Good communication. I think the idea was good, but in the end, it actually blew up in their face. And now 30 seconds left here. 3 versus 4.
I like this. This is the best thing you can do.
Yeah.
Jax has pushed A halls. He's clearing it out. Both Deagles, Nico and Nexa, are going to defend the B bomb site, and Nico hears everything. It's all on this. One smoke, Nico and Nexa for the whole map, potentially.
Is he coming through the smoke? Jax is going to get a kill. Nexa, listening for the footsteps. Nico back here. He goes down, but Nexa, oh, he had the chance. He just needed a kill. Any of them had a kill there, and maybe they could have stopped the plant from going down at all, but instead, Navi are going to get to 14 rounds here. Jax will have to find that AWP and try and keep it alive. Oh, man, what a close round. Another one to add to the list.
Yeah, that was spicy. Nico needed to get at least one to really activate Nexa there. At least they get out with the AWP. Problem is, they've got no money for anything else. And at 13-14, I don't think you can make the decision to force buy there, even just around an op. That's so risky.
It really is.
That's putting like your final 3 and potentially 4 rounds onto Deagle buys.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Oh, that flashbang setup in the middle was, they had the right idea, but it was off by just a bit. Yeah, if any of these 2 players get a kill in the end.
If Nico gets 1 kill, right, Boomich is looking
That's it.
Yeah, he's looking in the other direction, and the run through from Nexa is perfect. And
And
yeah.
Nico can just hide, and they run out of time. They have to plant the bomb, basically. So that's what did it right there. 14-13, 28th round. Amanek on that AWP. They did buy some pistols around it, but not much more. So they're following your thinking as well in not just having deagles for the rest of it. He's thinking about it, sneaking out there, waiting for him. He has to be really quick. Actually, there was a big opportunity. I think they had a nade out. Ooh, shot through the wall. Perfecto takes some damage, and Amanek, he's actually saved a number of rounds for G2 in this series so far. He's gonna have to do it again here. Otherwise, they're in trouble, and now they definitely are. I don't think they now saved the ult, probably. Nexa sneaking in could be a bit spicy, but he misses the opportunity, and Jax is down in the pit with a deagle on his own, and backup is never going to arrive. Jumping down. Nice shot. They need another 2 or 3 of those before this really becomes doable, and Boomich will finally take him down.
Now it's about protecting the op. But Navi have money. They could risk some and go chase down the weapon if they want. And that's why Nico's sticking around to keep space for Amanek, given the option to retreat, and Navi is more than happy to just back off for the moment, although Boomich and Simple might be hunting. This might not be done yet. Amanek sticking around just to see if someone's going to walk in towards Archway. This op is so important.
It really is. Simple's thinking about it. Like, yeah, but oh, got some cash in the bank.
It's Boomich and Perfecto to investigate the B bomb site. It'll just be Nico here. Can he get away with an AK-47? Would love it, but it's not going to happen. Amanek survives, however. 15-13. Navi had 4 chances to close out Nuke. It was a 16-14 victory. They've got 2 chances here on Inferno, and once again for G2. A close affair, a well-fought affair, and right at the end in the last 5 or 6 rounds, it slips away from them.
It's so devastating, isn't it? They just need 2 rounds. Oh, yeah.
Why did we just give the effect like Nico's like just having an out-of-body experience?
Because he probably is. Probably is. Either that or that was his soul
leaving his body. Just saying, I'm out. I'm done with this.
Oh, I can't imagine the pressure and just how heartbreaking it would be. They've put on an incredible show, G2, but Navi are still Navi. And Electronic, oh, spray in the middle, Jax. He made that look easy. Nice triple for him.
If only they were all that easy.
Yeah.
Well done, Jax. Beautiful triple kill.
1 round down, 1 to go.
Yeah, in theory.
Well,
hold the phone.
Don't want to jinx it.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves quite yet. Perfecto's going to come through the smoke. Nexa's got a molly in hand. He's just waiting for it to fade, I think, to drop it as soon as it does. I don't think he spotted anything. Still going to make the smart call. Back off and play it safe. Give yourself a few more options for when you encounter the attack.
You throw the Molotov and slow them down. Might as well play it as safe as you can, even in a 2-on-5.
Look at the games being played. Navi shows themselves, back off, listen for the pop flash. That's going to indicate the follow-up peek, and then they swing when Nex is already committed. There's a chance with Jax at low HP. A small one, but it's there. Although Amanek has a great angle.
Yeah, that's all they needed. That 1 kill made the difference. Jax will end the round. Quad kill on him, and a 14-15 scoreline. But even in that, you could sort of tell that Navi are they're looking for the victory in every moment. Any mistake there, and it could have maybe blown up. 30th round once again. We had it on Nuke, and we're back here again.
Chance for overtime, and the beautiful thing about it, round number 30, both teams fully invested. No one is missing anything. Kits all over the place. Everyone's got their nades. 4 rifles and an AWP for each squad. Here we go. Navi fighting to close out the series. Make their way to that lower bracket finals. G2 fighting just to stay alive, and oh, what a mistake. Hunter overexposed. He never knew it. And Simple takes his life.
Remember how they lost the 30th round? It was just so quick on Nuke. They didn't even really stand a chance. Molotov will burn them a bit. Spray is out. Nexa gets a kill on Perfecto, but oh no! It's a friendly Molotov to take him down. And Simple, he walks in, maybe even to the same Molotov, and he gets killed by Nico. 3-on-3. Chaos unfolding over at Banana. Amanek on the one side. Jax close to quad here. I like this forward position for G2. They're going to know what's coming really early on. Amanek out in the open, and he is so quick once again to take down Bit. Boomich and Electronic are left here. 2 versus 3. Now they just need to stay alive. Now they need to play it smart. Electronic hoping to beat the timing. He feels like he knows where Jax is. He's actually got such an incredible read, but the Molotov is not going to hit up on the box, so he can stay in the corner, and Electronic hoping to find him, and he will. Back into a 2-on-2. Amanek, oh, think of how dangerous this is. Walking into the middle, scoped up. If there's anyone behind him instead, he's dead, but he's got the right idea. That's the bomb. That's Boomich up there, looking to make it down into the site. 25 seconds, a missed opportunity, but they got him locked in. That bomb, he can't really throw it over. Electronic is being called in, but in a second, Nico will show up. This could well be it. This could almost be overtime. 14 seconds now. Nico stepping out there. Electronic is down, and now it's all on Boomich. 1 versus 2 to try and close this out, but it will not happen. Amanek, he will save them one more time, and we are going to overtime.
What a great round from Amanek, but you got to give so many props over to Electronic in the 2-on-3. He had to do everything, and he had to do it while throwing caution to the wind. So many risks clearing out the A bomb site, and what a situation to recover from. This banana fight was hectic.
Complete madness. Was that the tick of damage that made him shoot through?
It might have been. It very well could have been, but this is brilliant. Electronic is just saying, look, if you're in pit, you win. You kill me and the round's over. Still makes it work. Fortunate there. Then Electronic misses an opportunity, misses a shot. But a big win, and we've got overtime.
Oh, this is what Counter-Strike is all about. Just that energy, that release of energy from Nico right there. Oh, he wants it so badly.
26 kills on Simple and Regulation, leading the way for Navi. For G2, we were looking for someone to step up whose name wasn't Nico. It's Jax at 21 and 18 right now for the G2 side of things.
Super impressive. Nex has been defending B really well on his own. I feel like Amanek, even fewer kills, have had some really high impact rounds too. They've made their way into overtime. First to 19 now. Let's see what they could get done.
Hunter and Amanek. Ooh, here's your push, Anders. They waited till OT to throw the mix-up in. How aggressive does Hunter want to be? Amanek looking towards Rap side. Oh, Hunter gets one. He's blinded. I think a team flash. Oh no, it's Boomich over the top. That's a disaster. Hunter might have had such a perfect play. That's going to put Nico into action, and Jax continues to deliver. He's got one more on Rap side. Out in the open, he somehow still wins it. All-important performance from Jax, stepping up huge on Inferno.
Oh, he was so screwed in the pit, wasn't he? And somehow still comes out with that second kill. Boomich and Simple, 2-on-3. Still over a minute left here. Plenty of time to make a mistake, like looking the wrong way. Nexa, that's a free kill on Simple. He had to cover everything, and Boomich is now on his own. He has got the bomb, but almost no map real estate left. He's pretty much boxed into the side of the map. Nico covering T-spawn now. I don't know how Boomich can make it out here. 50 seconds left. Maybe a chance to find Nexa, but it's going to be the other way around, and the opening round of overtime goes to G2.
I cannot believe Jax won both of those fights.
I know.
Follow up on Electronic. He had no other option right here than to just fight. He might have been able to kind of turn and hide a little bit, but man, when you're in that situation, it's a must win. 16-15, going back to regulation. That makes it 3 in a row now for G2.
So well done by Jax. Usually not the name that we call out a lot when we're watching G2 play, but he certainly has his moments.
It's refreshing, isn't it?
Yeah.
A mid push again. Hunter said it worked last time. Let's go for it. Dial it back up. This time it's perfect. Hunter with 2 kills and trades all across the map, but again, G2 is going to come out on top of the early round. 3-on-2, and Bit has 10 HP.
How cool is it that they saved this for overtime, that they actually have the guts to keep it, just play the standard game all throughout and not try it even once, and then overtime comes around, they do it back-to-back rounds. Nico didn't want to knife him. I thought for a minute he won. Config would have, but it's 17-15.
That kind of insanity hasn't spread yet to the other teams. 2-round lead now for G2. You're right. What a time. What a transfer down. Controlling the recoil. Shout out to Jax for getting the dink. I think Nico might have. I think he got to a point where he was like, he is the last kill. Let's just make this easy. Let's not do anything silly. 17-15.
Oh, wow, they're really doing it.
They gonna do it again? 3 times for the push?
No, not yet. But I meant in terms of the run back here, if they win Inferno into overtime, we'd go to Mirage as the deciding map. What a treat that would be. I feel like we deserve it. We've had some amazing Counter-Strike here at the World Finals, and today is no exception.
Now, car control for Navi. G2 throughout their CT half has played like these late mid-round setups to retake this position. That's a great nade off the wall, especially to dodge vision of the boost. However, Boomich can still do work. Ready to turn the corner, but all the utility from Navi that they'd like to save for the execute has been used to neutralize some of these mid-round nades. Smoke, 2 flashes, and a Molotov for the rest of the half for the attacking side.
Just under a minute. Got some presence over at the A apartment as well, so they can do some work on that side if they want to the next 45 seconds. Spray not really affecting anyone. And those smokes are up, and they will stay up for another 15 or so seconds, so maybe they could fall back and hit A right now.
Yeah, well, they just put Amanek inside of the B bomb site. They're going to double up in Emo. Nico is hiding. Amanek is going to give presence, and he's going to fight to death and then put Nico into action for the timing of the late round. Nex is so far out, though. This hit is going to be really tough to defend. It's Hunter and Jax, essentially, against the world.
Yeah, but also 17 seconds. Any mistake right now from Navi. It's been a long time since we've seen a classic Navi round, but this could be one of them. Perfecto, he goes down. Jax will get another kill and almost catches Electronic mid-air. There comes the hero, Nexa. 18 rounds on the board, and they are almost there, G2.
He was a little bit late. He had to be so cautious in CT spawn because that part of the map was open for the whole round. But once he arrived, Hunter and Jax do just enough to delay this and set everyone up for Nexa. Triple kill in the round, and that's a sweep for G2 on defense in overtime. All they're looking at now. Remember, Navi had 2 chances to close things out on Inferno in regulation. G2 get 3 opportunities to take us to Mirage.
Whew. Focus has to be maintained. Nexa now up there with Jax, both of them at 24 kills. The rest of them are really not that far behind either. One good opening, one strong headshot to begin this round with, and that could be it for Inferno. Jax down the middle. Navi not trying the same madness, but Simple is close to middle. Bit of an off angle. He can't stay there forever, though, and with the Molotov landing behind him, oh, he's actually kind of almost trapped in between his own Molotov as well. That's a bit awkward. Forces him to use the smoke maybe a little bit earlier than he would have wanted to. They're going to try and see if they can get this top mid control. Bit missing the spray. Again, he's not really been loving Inferno yet. Simple, on the other hand, he hits every single shot. You put someone in front of him and they're dead. 2 for 1 trade.
That's the bomb. That's the bomb on Rap side corner as well. Nexa's got to get it, and he actually can't lurk anymore. He has to be involved in this. He has to help them get in because the rotations have arrived. This round is going to be near impossible for G2. Boomich hunting. He's got Perfecto and Arch as well to trade any kill that happens. Big play for Nexa. Missed the opportunity. He knows what's next, but he just can't hit it. Valiant effort, and Navi are going to get their first on the board.
He needed that kill right away. Okay. Put some pressure on there. Simple, though. He has it's been quite a little bit, but those 3 kills landed him at 30. So he's right back in action here in overtime. Nico sneaking through, obviously, 24 seconds. Nothing that he could really do here.
Let's go back to the first half, because it wasn't a great half for G2. It was 6-9. They obviously scraped together enough rounds on the board, but there was some very frustrating stretches. But one thing that it felt like they could rely on, as we all know, Nico was doing a very good job in Banana finding some of those opening kills. He picked off Boomich, I think, like 3 times throughout the half. Found ways to control Banana and attack into the bomb site. All it takes in this overtime is 1 good round from Nico.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He's got 2 rounds left. All you need is 1 clean entrance on Banana from Nico, and that could seal it.
He's done it a number of times against Boomich.
Yep.
So maybe there is a way. He's leading the charge. Are we going to get our wish here? Actually, he's leading the charge with the AWP to fight Simple, but he was flashed, and Simple was not. That does make a huge difference. He's back for more, and he's going to find Jax. Hunter finally having a say. He'll find Bit, but this is a terrifying look for Simple. This is everything you don't want right now if you're on the G2 side. You hope that Simple had packed it up and had already started thinking about Mirage, but he's still here and kicking on Inferno. 18-17, one more round for Navi, and we go to double overtime.
It's the beauty of Simple, and obviously it's a similar quality of Nico, is just you get to this point and he's just like, fine, I'll do it myself. I'll take over. We've seen all the frustration building up throughout this, and these 2 rounds in overtime on the CT side that we've seen him play so far have been magnificent. These are the shots. Those are the swift kills that you don't want to see coming out from Simple. You're exactly right. One final chance for G2. And man, you're in this situation, 3 chances to put out Navi on Inferno. You don't want this to go to a second overtime. It gets so difficult.
Nade on Nico. Don't think he's going to be too frustrated. That is just pretty common when you're playing first in on Banana like that. Bit, however, got stabbed by a teammate. Always funny when that comes up to bite them at the end, when that's the 30 health you needed. But otherwise, a pretty casual round here for G2 in terms of the setup. Nothing super crazy yet. Apartments control, Banana control. Navi, they put Simple over at B once again. No one wants to turn that corner. No one wants to be first in against that AWP. They've already lost a couple of rounds to it, basically, on both sides of the map. Perfecto could be flashed in by a teammate, but actually it looks like they're going to go and retake top mid control of Navi, which is a really cool thing to do at 40 seconds.
Hunter and Almanac haven't put a whole lot of pressure onto that position. A lot of smokes down in B, a lot of movement. Simple's going to commit himself to the site. Boomich with the AK-47. Going to play Coffins behind the smoke. Boomich has 1 smoke that he is going to put down as this fades, and that's going to force G2 to execute through his smoke. And that fake does nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nobody budges.
Nope. It's going to have to be the straight hit onto the bomb side that works. Simple. He finally misses a shot. He makes up for it with a swift flick. And Nico is there. Low on health, but still enough for the headshot. 8 seconds left. And they will get the bomb plant here. Everything rides on this after plant. And Nico, he goes down before they even really get started. Hunter pushed up, but he's only good for the 1. And Nexa, he's about to get shot at the back. He pushes into it, but they're everywhere. It'll be double overtime. Great retake for Navi. And great work to stay focused.
Oh, frustration from G2. That's 3 missed opportunities. Now we've got double overtime. What a tough scenario to be in. Hoping that Almanac can just provide something. Flash comes a little mistimed. And Bit had an easy frag. Simple doing work.
It's entirely possible, right, that if Almanac wins that fight, that's it, right? They rotate 1 more out of B, and they can get it done.
And you can see the same idea from Nico, kind of jumping up on that fountain. Very, very risky, and obviously gets picked off and looks a little bit silly. But if he just gets 1 of those kills, Hunter's position gets activated and is much stronger. He's pushed up at tree. The retake, the defense against it becomes much stronger.
Oh, what a game!
Yeah, reset the scoreline. Magic number is 22.
That's what we're gunning for. Jack's moving up. Takes a tiny bit of nade damage. Fire is everywhere on Banana right now, so no one's going to be hanging out on that part of the map right now. Electronic, he pushes back in, and he's actually going to win the fight. More people are coming, but they're running out of the smoke against Electronic, and he is going to have a field day with this. Big double on him. He nearly has the triple. Simple and Bit will follow him. And Nexa on his own. Maybe a chance, actually, in this 1 versus 3, even if it's low. If he can win the fight against Perfecto out here, he could maybe get the job done.
Oh, but he's playing it with tapping it. Molotov's going to subside. Perfecto willing to let him get the plant. The money, the extra $800 really doesn't matter a whole lot here in overtime. The Nexa needs something spectacular. Simple's low. He could find a way to double him up.
There is a 1 in 1,000 chance, you're right. There's the run by a Bit, giving it away early. And they know where he is. Or was that the mistake that he needed? Nexa looking for more, you said. Simple's already low on health and he peeks out, but Perfecto, the timing, it couldn't possibly have been any better. And Navi, they will win the first round of overtime, a double overtime at least.
Yeah, not tucked in enough with Coffins to defend yourself against Perfecto to isolate that battle fully. 19-18, G2 still stumped on this T side. There was no way for G2 to know. Simple and Electronic here On long A, we're the only defenders. There was no one actually in the bomb site. If they had just blindly called, you know, a fast-paced mid-control and towards taking up lane to the site, they would have had free access. 1 round lead for Navi. 34 kills on Simple now.
Mitch throwing just the smoke that deep. Thought maybe there was going to be an HE follow-up. Looked like he was thinking about it, but regardless, some aggressive plays coming out from Simple, and he's got backup up there with him as well. Rifle to keep him company if anything goes wrong. He's waiting a long time. No one's showing up just yet. They look like they actually were thinking about it, but don't know what slowed them down. Seems to be a good choice right now. Don't want to turn the corner walking, obviously, as you would be. Electronic is here as another very scary off angle. Oh, but they quietly boost up there. Will that make the difference? Oh, it's right here. It's about to pop off in the apartments, and he turns the wrong way. Electronic is down and out. Simple misses the no-scope, and Hunter with a double opening. It leaves Bit on lone on the bomb side, and he is straight down. Hunter wrecking the defense and finding a 19th round for G2.
Exactly what you needed. The quiet boost comes in, and Electronic looks away from his position. I wonder what the call was at that point, if they were calling to fall back on some kind of a timing, but 2 players looking down the stairs. Brutal. Great triple kill from Hunter. Again, money doesn't really matter a whole lot, although Simple's only got 400 bucks. Perfecto's going to be able to drop him whatever.
Yeah, they're going to be all right on that front. But yeah, I mean, it feels like it, but there was sort of a slow retreat that they're going on. If they just packed it up and left, maybe they would have actually just never met each other up there. That was even better than I thought it would be. I mean, maybe he would have got the 1 kill, and he didn't even get legged or anything. He just won the round. Nico will find Perfecto in the end, and that ties up the scoreline, 19-19. This is, I mean, it's the fact that he looks the wrong way to begin with.
Yeah, right. A lot of ways that could have gone wrong. I wonder if Electronic was like just going to decide to push down those stairs.
Oh yeah, that
and just maybe it was just too slow. Shout out to the silent jump. We're all tied up. Final round of the first half of second overtime. Nico and Jax to contest Banana. Deep Molotov. Boom it. She's fighting in the flames. And again, there's that battle one more time going in the favor of Nico.
Yeah, he's been catching up a lot in terms of kills too. He's starting to wake up a bit. If you're on the Navi side, that's similarly a bit of an issue. Simple here. Close to Boiler. Gonna smoke it off and make a run. Even that run, to me, just looks like madness, but it's Simple. Why would you... I mean, if someone's there, second mid just peeks out.
The epitome of confidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Big rotation over to Banana for the Navi defense. Simple's gonna swap positions. Bit is gonna be sent back to A. Perfecto as well. Yeah. Simple's just taking control. He's like, guys, I got this one. He's got full nades as well. You can understand why he's got that kind of confidence. Smoke, flash, and nade for Simple at B. Navi stacking 3 players to defend at this bomb site. G2, they could be in for a rude awakening. All 3 players inside the site as well. No crossfires that G2 is going to be looking for set up.
Yeah, great call right now for Navi. This is super impressive. Could very well win them the round. Although Nexa jumping under the bomb site. He's going to get the kill. Amanek flash, but he still picks up one. And Nico on the trade, leaving Simple in a 1 versus 2. 30 seconds. He's got the deagle. He rotated quickly. He's already here and looking to walk onto the site, but he's got his back exposed. He doesn't know it yet, but he is a second away from death already. And there it is. Amanek will pick him up. It's 20-19. G2. They need 2 more rounds.
Yeah, and remember, they clean sweep the defense in their first half of overtime. They did a phenomenal job. A lot of pressure on Navi now. What a great way to find a pair of rounds from Navi, hitting that A bomb site, this time having to bust up a stack. 3 players here late. G2 never expected it and still trade their way in.
Wow, this game is delivering on all fronts. G2, they are so close. How many overtimes can they handle? If it goes to a third, if Navi end up at 21 and G2 do the same.
Double up setup. Nico's got an AWP now. So does Amanek. I think we only saw Nico have the up in the first overtime as well on the CT side, and it was a missed duel. He got picked off by Simple, peeking down Banana.
Oh, yeah. fall back. Still has a little bit to throw out there, and the Molotov will keep him away, but he doesn't want to leave Nexer alone either.
It's a trading game to deny, you know, access and deep control of Banana as this utility comes out.
Yeah. Oh, nade right now could be good, though. It goes a bit deep. Maybe could have caught Perfecto up there. Jumping for information right now if you're Perfecto could very well cost you your life.
Well, Boomich has a flashbang. They've got to be careful, G2. Hunter just disappeared towards the bomb site. Nico getting a narrower angle to perhaps defend against that play. It's just Perfecto lying in wait, just chilling. Nexa with the support flash set up, but the main push is going to start up mid. Navi starting to take control as Jax goes hunting for information. This could be a massive play. What timing can he find? Oh, hold your nerve. You hear the footsteps in mid as well. Freebie, don't swing two more. Don't swing too far.
Yep. No, it's not worth it. You're absolutely right. Tempting, but not worth it. Is there a flash to help him out? Nico, he's back around the corner and they're hunting for him. They know they have to go right now, Navi. Nexa will get one kill. Hunter is shown up from the other side of the map. And with the flashbang assist, it's going to be a lockdown. Simple on his own. 1 versus 4. Close range and a no-scope as well. 16 seconds. There's absolutely no universe in which he will win this round. 10 seconds left. He gets the bomb plant down, but Nexa will find him. And they get to 21 rounds, G2. They're almost there.
Even with 2 missed shots from Nico, first on the initial passive half wall, and then when he gets back behind triple boxes as well, it's a flub smoke as well in the choke point. They gave Hunter the angle needed for 2 kills. But at least we're seeing G2. Jax, off the back of a very good map so far, remaining confident and remaining assertive, pushing up for information.
That's actually exactly the kind of play that I would be suspicious of Jax to make. It's exactly the kind of play where I could see him getting just a little bit too wild. So I'm super impressed.
2 more chances for G2 to close out the map. This is going to bring their total to 5 opportunities to close it out overall. They had 3 in the first overtime. 2 more here.
Oh, man. Yeah, they just needed the 1. Amanek doubling up. Jax right next to him. Covering opposite sides of the hallway. Flash is there. Nexa keeps running for it, but Perfecto wasn't blind at all, and Nico goes down. Oh, no.
I don't know if they just didn't have the information, but that is very for a G2 team that we've seen on the CT side have good retakes of this position, of utility designed retakes. That one felt very weak and felt very odd. Perhaps just trying to change up the look, trying to go after the Molotov in a bit too early. Nade out. Spam just barely misses Boomich, who is low on HP. And that kind of spam, those kills that could have been delivered there were basically the only opportunity you would have had to go for this.
Yeah, Hunter's still trying. Amanek picks up a kill.
With the money, you're going to go for it anyways.
Yeah, you might as well. Symbols pushed out. Very hard to read if you're Jax, because Hunter has already made it past here. You're probably not going to be expecting... Oh, but Hunter! What is going on? No way. Absolutely no way. Boomich and Simple are left. He executes Jax. And there is still some time on the bomb. They might be able to. Hunter will find 1 more kill. And Hunter, he gets every last one. It's a quad, it's a clutch, and it's a 3rd map. What a quad.
Can you believe it? It took 4 closing attempts, and G2's taken us to a 3rd map. What a brilliant performance here on Inferno. And G2 shocks Navi late. That is a big boy win from G2. We're headed to 3. That's going to be right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
NIP 2014 as E.
Didn't NIP have that like insane record and everything? 2014, they must have been dominating, so I'll put them into S.
NIP 2014 ATA.
Honestly, I didn't watch NIP 2014, so like I don't have like a really good like scope. I just know that they won a lot, so I'll just put them at the A tier.
Oh, okay. No, you know what? The NIP 2014, put them as D.
And then C, I will put the 2014 NIP, also with Virtus Pro 2014.
I'm gonna put VP 2014 at C tier for pretty much the same reason as NIP. I honestly didn't watch them back then, but they didn't have the 87-0 streak, so can't really put them on the same tier.
VP 2014, I think it's A tier. I feel like VP was up there with the teams that were like dominating the others.
Virtus Pro 2014 in A also. I'm not authentic, I'm a bit nostalgic when I see this.
So on the S tier, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 for sure. So hard to play against, so without a doubt.
B, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 and Cloud9 2018 because it was really hard majors, and NIP 2014 as well, I think.
Cloud9 2018, I'm not sure if I'm underrating them, but I would maybe put into B tier. They were a really strong lineup, but I don't really remember them being that dominant during other tournaments.
Now let's put Cloud9 2018 to C tier. I think that their win was actually like really crazy, like the mental fortitude they had to have in that major to be able to come back.
Cloud9, I remember this overtime versus FaZe Clan on the Inferno. It was really stressful for players, I think, and like Virtus Pro in 2014.
Cloud9 E, it's not an era, they did really great at this tournament, but
losing rounds to pistols and whatnot. G2 again losing both pistol rounds. Luckily for them, in the second half they managed to win the all-important force buy. I mean, Navi at that point in time was 13-1 in pistol rounds in this tournament, and this second round was the first time they lost the second round after winning pistols. Like, that's just insane. They had good starts this whole tournament, and yeah, it was a team effort, and funnily enough, you know, the banana control from G2 on the CT side and even a little bit on T side was really where they were outplaying Navi, right? And that's such a huge, crucial part of the map. It really enabled them to play from ahead.
Yeah, it was absolutely huge. And I like what you brought up, him. The fact they had the mental fortitude to come back into this one after the fashion that they lost out Newcon so tantalizingly close. Coming back into this, sure, it was a bit shaky at the start of the map, but we've kind of forgotten about all of that because the double OTs, the ending towards that game, it was just super impressive.
And so is G2. They forgot all about Nuke. You know, they come into this map and they deliver a good effort, they deliver a good map. And as said, a game with nerve, you know, you never really felt that Navi had it in control. You never really felt that G2 had this game in control. It was one of those games that was living from round to round, and it was impossible to forecast which one were going to win. It was just a good game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to know, you know, people watching the game and us a little bit, we might be losing our minds over Nuke and how Nico played and what the rest of the team did. But Nico, he's not that sort of a guy. He doesn't care. He just wants to win. He's not going to say anything to his teammates about that. He's just going to talk about the next map and like try to motivate everyone, try to, you know, bounce back and basically win the game. And I think you could see from G2 the way, you know, they're kind of playing themselves out in a sense of they're playing with more energy, more hype. When they win the round, everyone's trying to cheer each other up, right? They're trying to give themselves more energy through that and get them that extra 5%, you know, that they needed against Navi. And I think it made all the difference in this game.
Well, we did see the map going the full distance, and I think we should listen in on the round that pushed this one to OT.
In short?
Not short.
In short. 2 or 1?
One.
Maybe one up. I'm saying long.
Half HP, one guy side.
Short. Pushing, I'm pushing.
In
Pit C4? Yeah. He's crossing. One
Pit
side.
inside. Pit inside. Right
Right,
last.
I'll get side. I'm coming. I'm running. He's left. Mid side.
Top box. Bottom.
Let's go!
7 foot! Nice! Nice.
Nice.
Good job,
Nice,
Flo.
Nico.
Good job, Rush.
Man, considering how much pressure G2 must have been under at that moment, super impressive to hear them being so calm. And that shot from Amanex to round it off, just so cool.
Yeah, it was great, and also not a shot you'll see Electronic miss very often. He had the jump on Nico, right? He had him dead to right, couldn't really quite get the headshot. He was low HP, so Nico manages to get rid of him, and at that point, it's just a double peek on Boomich inside, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this was just a game of such close margins. I know you have an example that you want to bring up to illustrate that.
I think we owe the viewers, to showcase you how close this game was. And we have a pretty cool clip, showcasing exactly that. This round, it's 13-13. The game's about to be decided. And initially, you don't see anything different right here. But try look at that. Electronic is just spotting a foot and leg of Hunter standing into this corner. And from this moment onwards, you can just see the way Electronic is moving in the game. He saw something. I'm not sure if he's sure himself, but I could barely see it. The guy is stuck in the corner. Electronic ends up killing him after a poor flash coming out right here, and Navi wins the round. It's a game of details, This was the smallest margin of absolutely possible, and Electronic was the one to take.
And if you look at the player and the kill that they got on was on Simple, and we have all the player cams in the green room, and Simple just talking a lot. I'm like, what's he? What could he be saying? And I think Simple saw him
maybe
when he died on Electronic screen, and because he was talking, communicating. He's there, they're playing 2-2. We kill him, we go away, something along those lines, making a mid-round call for the team. And yeah, everything played out just like Jacob said.
Yeah, a game of absolutely fine margins. But we do need to get a few words from G2's coach after that map victory.
I got Swanee with me from G2, and he's got a big smile on his face, but I'm just checking the heart rate. Yeah, we're still okay? It's okay. It was a pretty crazy inferno there, right? And it got very sloppy from both teams towards the end. I just want to ask you, what was the communication like throughout the overtimes of that part?
It was really good, especially on the CT side, which we started. We wanted to change the pace immediately, which worked twice very well. On T side, we couldn't close it out but the first time, but at the end, Hunter had some crazy rounds and helped us to close out the map for sure.
And when we're talking about changing the pace, right, I've got to just said, who decided to say we're going to go for this mid pushes down? Was that Nexus' choice?
It's Nico most likely on City. He says to change the pace.
Well, that worked out really well. Now, though, the cider map, we're going to Mirage. How confident you're feeling? How are the guys feeling?
Really good. Like, Mirage, one of our best maps. The only thing we need to do is start winning pistols. I think we lost the 7 last pistols. And against a team like Navi, it's so hard if you lose both pistols all the time. It's impossible almost, but we win 2 pistols now and then we win the game.
And what are you going to go tell the guys now in between the games?
To just keep up, like our communication is insane. I think the series is the best that we played throughout the entire tournament. So we just keep it up, we keep fighting, and they are beatable, for sure.
And today's the day you finally beat Navi?
Yes, for sure.
That's what we like to see. Good luck, man. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you.
I love that confidence, and I love to hear that the communication was really shining through for G2, because I think that shone through in terms of what we were seeing delivered to us on our screens, because as we were saying, not just the Nico show this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Hunter definitely stepped up in that second overtime, really. He had a round on their T side where he got all 3 opening kills on A. Those T side rounds are hard to come by in overtime because the cities have a great economy, so they have all the utility. And then obviously the round, in the first overtime, these are the pushes that he also did the other day on Inferno. Just something he enjoys doing. This is the round I was referencing. And then to close out the game, I mean, in a 3v5 situation, right, just on B side, giving up the entry kills, Hunter just goes for it, gets a quad kill in this almost solo retake that he's going for and completely shuts Navi down.
And this is what we expect from the other Kovac cousin as well. The fact that we look back towards the sort of middle part of the year and they kind of wear a 2-pronged approach. And it's great to see Hunter really stepping up because we are going to be going into Mirage next.
And he's going to be vital. He's going to be so important, especially on a map like Mirage where he's constantly trying to lurk around on the T side, finding the space and disturb the way Navi want to play their CT side. Mirage is a map that these 2 teams have played 3 times against each other in 21. Navi have won all 3 times, but last time they did play it, it was a very close 16-14 victory for Navi. And again, one of those scenarios where Nico went completely off, killed 31 people, had a rating of 1.49, and the rest of the guys was laying around 1 or below. Now, we need to see this G2 come in as a unit once again. We've highlighting Hunter here on Inferno, we highlighted Jax, we saw Amanek play well on Nuke as well. Now, if they can all show up and give us the game that we all deserve, and I guess G2 deserves it as well, I think they have a shot at taking down Navi and Mirage. I don't think Navi is untouchable right now, and G2 and especially Nico, they smell that as well. They sense that on the server.
Yeah, Navi's not on their A game, and I like what Swanee said in the interview, that he feels like their communication is insane right now, that they're playing their best series at this tournament, because that's going to be crucial on a map like Mirage. For G2 on their CT sides, even going to Nuke, you know, their rotations, sometimes when they lose a part of the map, it seems like communication is not great, and there's not a clear plan how to either retake map control or fight somewhere else or gamble something, right? They were looking a little bit lost in those situations, and Mirage is going to see a lot of that, whether you fight for mid or lose it. Are you going to react on the sides of the map? So that needs to be better. They need to step up in that department on Mirage. Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I like that you bring that point up regarding Navi as well, because it's true. We have seen that Navi can bleed at this tournament.
For sure, and if I may give the viewers out there one thing to look out for, look at the body language, especially when it comes to Simple. He's reacting a lot, but not necessarily in like raging or slamming a desk or slamming a keyboard or anything like that, but he's constantly looking towards teammates and talking to them, right? You can see that he's flustered, you can see that he's frustrated, you can see that he's trying to guide his teammates, but he's way more reactional right now and way more animated than we used to see Simple, which to me is a sign that right now Navi and Simple are under a lot of pressure, they're under a lot of stress.
I did remember that veto they did against Heroic, right? And Heroic picks Mirage, and Simple is just jumping, you know, out of joy, like, oh, CT side Mirage, let's go. So we'll see if they win the knife and get to start on CT side. He might have a game.
So do you see G2 as having the ability to be taking this series and knocking Navi out?
I think they've surprised me with how they responded to the new game, and I say the chance definitely exists, but I still have to go with Navi in this one.
Well, it's the last series in this trilogy, and we're going to Mirage as the final stopping ground. One last chance to see one of these two teams in 2021 and keep a hold of their tournament life here at the World Finals. You don't want to miss it, as we're heading to a short break and we'll be back with the action in just a few.
The rematch has been everything we were promised and more. G2 versus Navi. Odds are they're closed down quite a bit. It's 6-1, I think, going into the second map. Now it's you know, closer to 3-1 there. I've got to say, I just think this game has delivered in a massive way.
Oh, it surely has. G2 came to play. I mean, it was all Nico on Nuke, but after that, Inferno was a team affair that they had to grind out into double overtime. Navi showing some of those cracks that we were worried about that we saw earlier in this event as well. This isn't like that unstoppable feeling you got when watching Navi back at the Major. Speaking of which, shout out to Launders for this little tidbit as well. I'd forgotten. This Mirage map that we're getting as the third and final deciding map here in this series. Same map that we wanted but didn't get at the Major in that loss on Nuke that G2 took to lose 0-2 in the final.
So we get to live in a slightly alternate reality where we see what would have happened maybe.
What could have been.
What could have been, yes. Jax playing really well on that Inferno map. Definitely a big part of the reason why Nexa also played really well on that one. They were sort of the two shining stars, really, if there were any. But it was a team effort. I think you're right. Bit went missing. I don't see that being true on this map. I think Bit is going to be one of the big problems that G2 will have to play itself against on this map. Navi, they'll be starting on the CT side. G2 will be starting on the T side. So third and final map. Someone is going home. We don't know who yet.
No kit, no smoke for the Navi side of things. Dooley's on Electronic, a pair of flashbangs for Bit. So look at where he's going to be lined up to set that utility up for his teammates. And G2, all 5 players heading towards the B bomb site. Bit's flashbangs could have a huge impact. He's lining him up for middle, though. Wants to flash clear things. He's going to turn just now. The indication is in. Here comes the hit. First shot misses for Perfecto. He can't land anything. A little bit blind. Early stage looks good. Almanex got the entry, but Bit shuts him down. You said Bit had to have an impact.
Ooh. See if they could do a little bit more. They've got a chance to get a bomb plant here. 4 versus 3. And they're backing out slowly. Nico wrapping around. Simple will hit a headshot to take down Jax, and the bomb is only just planted. There's still plenty of time here for the retake. And Navi grouped up as 3, moving towards the bomb site. Hunter, yep, back around the corner. Doesn't want to feel the pain of those USPs. There he is, though. A quick double headshot for him. And Electronic, now 1 versus 1, looking for him. 2 pistols versus the Glock. And Hunter, he just wants to get away. And takes the fight all the way, but it is not quite enough. There isn't a kit picked up currently on Electronic, but I think he will have just the time for it anyway. Navi swift on that retake, and they needed to be as well. Another second, and this might have gone the other way, but Navi will win the opening round on Mirage.
Yeah, I think Hunter realized he felt like he didn't have the time to fully get away from that, and that was a big talking point in between the maps from the interim coach of G2. We haven't won a pistol. He said he thinks they've lost like 7 of their last, 8 pistols that they've played. They've lost all 5 in this series so far against Navi. And man, that would make things just a little bit easier for G2. You know, that could have played out much differently if G2, I don't think they ever had the information that all 3 players from Navi were on catwalk for that retake. You could see them considering the flank, you could see them considering market, and Nexa goes down, sole player in middle. But Hunter and Nico already challenging up the ramp.
The bomb is in T-spawn, so worth pointing out in case they actually win this fight. A little bit awkward for Nexa, even more so for Hunter, gets taken down by the MP9. And Jackson Amanek, 2 versus 5. It seemed like a round that certainly had sort of a lot of go right out the spawn, but they never really got anywhere with it.
Yeah, I mean, Nexa never found any safety, and mid obviously picked off pretty quick, and when that thrust up ramp between Nico and Hunter doesn't yield anything quickly, you're just kind of trapped there. In a round like this that you didn't bring a whole lot of utility into it, you don't have a whole lot to escape or kind of adjust the fortunes of whatever situation you find yourself in. Jack's looking for some confident shots for maybe some economy kills. It's probably not going to happen. He is so boxed in and he knows it. Simple gets to creep up and jump over the top. 2-0 for Navi quickly here on the defensive side of Mirage.
Yeah, they handled that very well. Didn't lose a single player. And even better, they get to save a couple of AKs, even some Galils on top. So their economy is going to have a slight push in the right direction. And G2 will have to save a bit here again. Maybe buy some pistols if you really feel like it. So the mental reset between, I mean, you play double overtime. Comes a point as well with G2 and Navi both, you know, you 16-14 on the first map, double overtime on the second map. You're going to start to feel the pressure of that, you know, after a while. And then you have a break, and all the adrenaline goes away.
Yeah, the weight of the weight of how long these matches are. And how long you have to stay focused each and every round.
Definitely something that could suddenly be a factor. Of course, we're talking about very, very routine players in general. They do play a lot, so It's not their first rodeo in that sense, but still.
No, but you don't get, I mean, even all the games you play in practice, all the warm-up and all the individual practice you put in, none of it has the extra feeling of the pressure and the intensity of moments in matches like this. No way to replicate that. Bit on Catwalk. Simple found the equalizer.
Yeah, good grenade.
Nico's Deagle still not put into play quite yet. There's mid control, but I mean, they can sit here all they want. Navi's never going to peek this again.
Yeah, no reason for them to do it, really, is there? They just have to hold the bomb sites, make sure no one's sneaking through window. Maybe that's the only real danger if someone got in there, but good position, good spray. Nico is down. Actually, a pretty good trade right there. Be fun if they could also find Perfecto and get the bomb plant down. That would certainly help out G2 quite a bit. It's a lot to ask for, and they're not going to be able to either. Perfecto flashed in by Simple for the first kill. Took the last one without any real help, and Amanek will go down. They get a couple of kills against Navi to make up for the last round that was flawless, and we're going to get the first real rifle round coming up from G2.
And Simple, you imagine this early bringing the op out. I felt like it took a while for that AWP to get going on Inferno, but when it arrived, it was very, very impactful. Would love to get that started immediately here on Mirage. Plenty of money in the bank for Navi, as you said. A clean round in the previous helped them bolster their money behind this buy. And G2 is going to open up. Nico in Palace, Nexa in middle. Just a standard default. Ooh, a late drop and Electronic gets caught.
They've started all these maps so far being really far behind. They made it up for it a little bit earlier on Inferno.
I think it was a 4-1 or 5-1 on Inferno.
Yeah, Nuke was a real nightmare.
7-1.
But it would be really cool if they could keep that trend going. Since they're not going to win pistol rounds, at least make sure that the runway for Navi isn't too much. Oh, Rubich is down. Molotov on top. If he'd waited a second, Bit would have been forced forward or backwards. But either way, it would have been a way more preferable fight. You could maybe know that, but still.
Still, all that progress and the information as well, that's gonna wreak havoc upon what Navi's trying to do. Now it's their job to get information that's gonna allow them to get in position to settle this round down. Bit playing at top con. Gonna get aggressive. Perfecto on Catwalk. Nexa's just lurking in ladder room. He'll have the battle against Bit, and Perfecto's going to be in a 1 versus 3. But Bit is starting to really investigate, so he's got information. He's telling his team, no one's in mid. It's going to be an attack on the extremity, B or A.
Yeah, but he knows. The Nexa's heard him running down the underpass, and when they get Perfecto, they're probably just going to cancel it anyway. Simple probably wanted to try and take a shot into the bomb site, but the smokes make that impossible, so... Oh, wow. Interesting stuff.
Just the defense spread too thin, and there's the power of Hunter's play. I mean, you pick off one player that doesn't allow them to rotate anyone over. You have one player at A, one player at B, and that middle player either has to sit there and watch for connector and window jump up or rotate to stack a bomb site, and that just leaves so many gaps in your defense as well. So tough choices for Navi, and G2's got their first round win on the board. Double kill from Hunter.
Very, very nice opening. And the trend continues. That they're going in the right direction, right? They keep getting back into the game earlier and earlier after having lost the pistol, so...
It's a little bit quicker.
You like to see it.
Love to see it.
Simple still has that AWP, of course, and a bit with the AK, so... Navi will carry a little bit into the next round. Will keep their economy going. That's something that worked incredibly well for them on the CT side of Inferno, is even when they started to lose some rounds, they kept saving guns. They kept buying. It was really hard for G2 to crack that CT economy. If they can do it early on here, that would be another good sign for the G2.
Oh, yeah, that was great. That was beautiful walk-in from Hunter. Timing on it must have been perfect. We didn't see the lead up to it. Here we go, round number 5. Simple. Gonna make the jump into ladder room, wrap around towards Catwalk. 4 smokes down in middle, and G2 wanting to hit Perfecto. Hunter's gonna lurk in middle. Ooh, never saw Electronic over the smoke, but there's the B hit. Simple's got 1. That's a huge kill. And Amanek, he goes down next. What a great shot from Simple. And he knows nobody made it into the bomb site. What a flick down as well. Triple kill to get Navi back on the board.
Oh man, it's so cool to see Simple do that kind of thing. That last flick as well. Definitely not easy to hit. Nico on his own 1 versus 4. And a good round for Navi to answer back with right away. And G2 going to be a little bit pressed here. It would have actually made a big difference if they could have got the bomb plant down here. I feel like that could have helped out their economy a lot in the coming round. That's not going to be possible any longer. 45 seconds here, and I think he's even hearing him stepping in T-spawn. So yeah, he knows.
He knows, and he doesn't care.
Yeah.
They have the bomb. They have all the kills. Actually, surprisingly, everyone from Navi is kind of shifting over. They want to find this frag. They don't want Nico to keep the AK-47.
Okay.
Fair play. 4-1 for Navi. Another buy is going to come in from G2. They got plenty of cash.
Funnily enough, this is actually one of the few maps where I have some recollection of Simple not having the best of times with the AWP in general. I mean, I think a lot of Orbers experienced that because of the ridiculous amount of smokes and Molotovs that are thrown in middle to kind of put you off your position.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting and maybe also a bad sign for G2 to see him play well with it early on. We'll see if they can neutralize it later, but...
This is also G2 just kind of testing things with their playbook. Hold the thought. Bit is going to get one through the smoke and blind. Hunter with the trade, but they go 3 for 1 in mid. And Nico is forced to make a play through the smoke, somehow still wins it. Bomb is down very, very far back. However, there's a lot of time to play with. Jax is going to have advanced position in the B holes, but if either Jax or Nico can get one kill here, that would make things interesting.
Oh man, surely Jax would be the player. He's the one that hasn't really been found yet.
Yeah, but Nico's just paused. This is exactly what he wants. This is why he's waiting. This play to gather information. He's got it. 2-tap. Immediately down. The Creek sings a beautiful song, and into a 2-on-2 we go. And still Navi don't have information. This map is still so big in a 2v2 with a minute remaining.
That was super crisp coming out from Nico. Still 50 seconds. Simple starting to roll into position with that AWP. Real bad news if you're on the side of G2, and he's going to find Nico. That pretty much confirms that they're still here and they're sticking around. They're not going back to the B bomb site. Jax with the bomb sneaking out. Now running out and making a fair bit of noise. He's going to have to take a risk. I mean, there's no perfect way to play this, so just go straight for the bomb plant. Sees the feet and takes down Perfecto. And Simple's on the other side. Oh, this is winnable right now for Jax. He sees him. He doesn't go down immediately. And Simple, wants to put a little bit of pressure on. He still has a flashbang if he wants to set it up. And there's the swing. There's the 1 versus 2. Tremendous clutch coming out from Jax.
That is a big-time play from Jax, finding the player inside of the smoke, and he had to get that bomb down while the smoke was still up. That was the timer that he was trying to hit. Because if that smoke clears and he doesn't have the freedom to find a new position, he's in trouble. And he's also the player that had huge impact, leading a lot of the way on Inferno for G2, so good to see him continue on Mirage with a big 1v2 clutch. I think Simple's looking over a bit like, man, don't go through that smoke before I'm ready. Let's coordinate that. That's a 2v1 we should have had.
Yeah, and you can almost feel the relief as well in Nico's voice there. Huge round to be winning. Pressure on Navi's economy. They don't have a lot to work with, but they do have Bit. And he's taken down Amanek to start with, and now they're slowed down. This is a staggered push. They're stumbling into the bomb site and getting absolutely torn apart here. Nico, not much he could do in a 1 versus 4. Once you stop up there, once you're slowed down and you're sort of bumping into each other like it was a nightclub, it's not a good time.
No, it's the worst situation to be in. You're just in a death trap of nades. It's hard to find comfortable fights when those are raining in. You have nowhere to go, and everyone from Navi can be trained on a very narrow corridor. That's 2 hits towards this bomb site that have very much fallen flat. 1 kill in the round from Simple, a critical kill to slow things down, but previously it had 3 from the catwalk position. And if you're Navi, you got to at least be happy you've established early on that you can hold off these kinds of B hits.
It's another round to add to the list of Navi and Nier having to save, and then kind of, just skirting past it. Huge rotation from Simple to be in that position right there.
That's an important kill as well, because Nexa, when he drops down, the first thing he does is look left, and he might clear, I think it was Perfecto playing underneath the window. And if you get that kill, then the rest of G2 can kind of swing out of the map. Good tag with the scout, better shot with the op.
Yeah. Unfortunate that it's not the AWP. Oh! Need to do a double take.
Bro, Simple's 14-3 in this map so far. That's not a good omen if you're G2.
It's not. No, there's not a lot of data points so far, but if you were graph making on your own, you could see where that's going to end up.
This is only round 8. He's almost at like 2 kills per round. It's not something you want to have to deal with for 15 rounds of Counter-Strike.
No. Well, at a minimum, you want someone to be able to answer back, and no one from G2 has really stepped up to that yet. Now, that could be just that they haven't really had the money to put that kind of a buy together too much yet, but eventually, someone will have to come get him.
It's still early. I mean, we've seen G2 recover some pretty bad stretches in these opening 2 maps. Navi just playing it safe. No reason to challenge anything. G2 doesn't have the resources necessary to make it towards the bomb site.
Sad flashbang in the middle. Could have been a cool play, but there he is. Feeding him more kills. 15 and 3. Oh, there we go.
He's at 2 per round. Exactly 2 per round. 4 kills, and that one for Simple.
I mean, Nico had his moment in the sunshine over on Nuke. Simple.
An impactful but subdued performance on Inferno from Nico as well. Wasn't blowing up the scoreboard, but played a very good game here on Mirage.
178, yeah.
You'd like to get him back. You'd like to get him back to the Nuke level, Nico.
You wouldn't just like it, you need it. You need it desperately. Oh, what a flash to set it up with. Electronic getting the easy part of that. Bit the one to set up the flashbang is really a good job. Now, the problem sometimes when you're playing other paths is escaping, even if you get the kills, so that can be a bit awkward. Simple. Back at it again. Up to his old tricks in the middle, and he's going to take down Nexa this time. 3 versus 5. And G2... What is the solution? I mean, in this round, it's going to be real tough, but in general...
When they've spread out in their defaults at the moment, they're getting picked off, and they might want to kind of adjust their thought process as long as Simple has this AWP in hand. Obviously not always the easiest thing, but he is just destroying them when they're walking up with this kind of a pick game.
They got Simple.
And now fair play, he's destroying them when they're executing at the B bomb site as well. So you're not comfortable in any way if you're G2. 18 kills on Simple.
Such a crisp setup right here. But yeah, he really is. I mean, normally what you have to deal with as an AWPer in the middle there is probably a Molotov that goes down in front, so then you have to use a smoke, and it's a whole thing you have to play around. He's getting a bit of real estate right there to play with. Pistols are back. Nico on the Deagle. G2 looking for a 3rd round. They had a couple of miracle rounds like this on Inferno, remember, that they probably maybe shouldn't have won and did anyway. It still ended up in double OT and they won it there, but they could use a round like that right now is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, both maps, they've had like one gift.
Yeah.
The game of Counter-Strike has given them a gift on each map of the bomb dropping into a weird position or the bomb slipping away from them. Now would be a perfect time for a 3rd gift.
Is it too much to ask for? It just might be. 10th round.
And I like the way that Navi's playing these rounds, too. It's like, you know, we've all watched this whole event, these past 2 or 3 events, watch what Nico can do with the Deagle. Why even worry about peeking into it? Let them take as much time as they want. Just contain them. And later on, eventually, they're going to be forced into an awkward hit without utility. Hunter, Jackson, Nexa all at the base of connector and middle. Aminek's going to come join up with them. And these M4s of the range are just going to be so deadly.
Yeah.
Likely to be 8-2.
I mean, you called it. They're staying so far back on the map now, V. There's really nothing that G2 could do to even force the fight, right?
Yeah,
so...
even let him boost up into window. Hunter's in there now, and Simple can keep an eye on it. I think he might have spotted it. I don't think it's going to matter anyways.
No.
He definitely knows now, but there's no chance of impact from Hunter. So round 10 goes to Navi. It's 8-2, 6-round lead.
Great stuff. Absolutely well played. Obviously, not the most exciting Counter-Strike in a round like this, but it is if you're thinking about Navi wanting to make that lower bracket run to get back into the finals and win the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Oh, sure. Oh, sure, have it. Why
that
not?
happens. 8-2 the scoreline. 11th round. Got that AWP on Aminek. He's been, I think, very cool with it throughout this tournament so far, but obviously up against Simple, it takes more than just being cool. Need more than that. Can't just put on your new sneakers and rock up to that fight.
I don't know. The confidence you get from new sneakers is...
I know.
Pretty darn high, isn't it?
That's true.
You feel like a god with that first walk outside in the new sneakers.
life hack right there. As the millennials, I don't know.
Way to connect with the people, with the young people.
Yeah, said the millennials are all like 30 now, aren't they? But
Hunter and Underpass, next at top mid, controlling this part of the map while the rest of their team wheels around towards the A bomb site. It'll be Jax at ramp, Amanek and Nico and Palace.
But this could be like a classic A-type execute, right? If they can isolate Bit and Boomich and have Perfecto fight on his own before Simple shows up, there's something to work with here if you're on the side of G2, right? That can happen. Nico, though, goes down before anything even happens. Nice shot from Amanek through the side, and he's going to pick up Bit, sniping away and hitting every single shot so far. Hunter is in the window controlling it. They just need the bomb plant. They need to stay out of line of sight of Simple. Just don't even cross his screen right now because that's probably not going to end well. Nice shot onto Boomich. Hunter will be responsible for that kill. And again, I'm so scared. Amanek, though, what a round from him. Triple right now. Simple, 1 versus 4. And out in the middle, scoped up.
That's great. G2 does a phenomenal job. I mean, even the traded kill for 1, but obviously in really great advanced positions, attacking into the bomb site. Hunter's also in window room, and then you just kind of wait, and you have all that pressure, all that stress on the defenders to try and rotate into a position to recover the round, and you're in perfect position to trade and punish. G2 grab a third. They'd love to take this op away from Simple, obviously, but they don't have the money to really risk too many more weapons, any more weapons at this point. Hunter, Amanek, and Nexa all frozen on the map.
Real shame for Simple. He's got a ratio to maintain here, you know?
Yeah, exactly. 5-1. 5-1 ratio. Plenty of money for Navi. Don't worry about losing this one. They've got so much cash in the bank. Perfecto's at 10,000. Simple's at like 9,000. They're all good. Bits at 11,000. They've got buys for days. Just speaks to the kind of task that G2 has ahead of them, having to win another 2 rounds probably to take all this money fully away from Navi, and that's only if they don't save weapons in a round.
Such amazing work for Amanek. 2 kills before that round, and he basically wins the 11th round on his own. 12th round coming up. Some mid-presence for Navi right at the bat, but right at the gate, but they are going to be falling back towards the B bomb site. Almost looked like Simple wanted to join them for half a second. Bomb is still in T-spawn. Nico, he lost the fight to Electronic out here last time, but he's still hanging around up in the A Palace, looking into the bomb site.
It's a retake setup for Navi. They have a very heavy B lean. A couple of those rounds from G2 early on. Navi's thinking maybe they want to go back to that strategy at some point, but prepared for it, at least at a certain timing. Now Electronic, Bit, and Perfecto can actually work together to set a trap in mid or set some kind of a retake or some mid-round presence. Electronic wants to peek. Oh, he can almost double them up. He's done great damage. The peek from Bit afterwards, and the nade almost cleans out Hunter. Well executed from Navi. Puts G2 under a lot of pressure.
Yes, it does. 45 seconds as well. Oh, but Hunter, he finds him. Bit not able to see him through the grating there. And now, under 40 seconds, Boomich is kind of on his own, and backup being called for. But it's been killed along the way. Amanek landing another great shot. Simple, he wants to be put into action. He's had a couple of boring rounds where they've kind of circumvented him, and now let's see, 25 seconds. Simple, he's stopped by that smoke for a minute. He can't really see anything, and he's also swapped out for an M4A1 instead. Looking to try and see if he can bring his team back into this round. They don't want to let G2 back into this game, but that is being gate kept literally by Hunter. Boomich is out of the round, and now it's Simple versus 3, and it's not going to be doable. Nico will drop him. G2 waking up and getting back into this game once again.
You know, Nuke, it was obviously Nico. Inferno, it was Jax early on. This game so far, it's been Hunter. His work in middle and now lurking up into the window twice has been spectacular, and it delivers them a round win here. Huge, huge plays from Hunter with low HP as well. He's got 10 kills, but very impactful ones. 8-4. I mean, you can still see how much money Navi saved up. They've got another buy after this round. G2 playing this third map on Nightmare mode in the opening half.
Yeah, they really are. Oh, you're right.
They've had to face Simple with an AWP every round.
Yeah, so you take it away from him and he just respawns the next round and has it again. It's really upsetting. All right. Different look for the Navi this time, though. Trying something new. They didn't be last time. This time, aggressive on that A ramp. Simple alone in middle, though. It looks like actually maybe that forward pressure could be rewarded. Simple will find Nico. Second time that he's gone down in that position. This time, though, not electronic. And that's a bit weird when you're rotating players into this position to try and execute onto the site that suddenly you lose a player.
A look at electronic pushing. That's a huge kill. That's a huge kill to find. Shadow's going to give away the game. Boomich finds an easy one on Jax, and Electronic spotted the bomb on Omenek, so I think they're going to at least back off for a little bit of time to keep Navi honest that maybe they rotated to the other side of the map, but it's not working. Simple and Bit both at top con. Boomich inside of the bomb site. Navi happy to shore up defense at A.
They've got no grenades. They need smokes to stop Simple from just having a clear line of fire. 30 seconds, though. They can't really think about it any longer because they're running out of time. 25 seconds. Oh, this is going to be really close. Nice shot from Simple, taking down Nexer, and this round is done for. Navi going to find a 9th round. Simple will find some kills that he's been missing in the last couple of rounds. He's trying to catch up to himself here. A triple in this one, and we're going to go into round number 14.
This is the problem with this half because Navi got out to such an incredible start. They had that. They won 8-2 run to open up this map, but there was a 4-round stretch where they only lost 2 players across those 4 rounds. That bolstered the amount of money they have. So it turns this half into one where G2 is no longer fighting to have control of the half. They're just fighting to find a grip, like on the edge of a mountainside, just trying to find some comfortable grip to hang on and get as many rounds as humanly possible, because you're never taking this economy away from Navi. So it's just how many rounds can we sneak out of their control? How many rounds can we steal from them? At the moment, they're stuck on 4, 2 rounds left in the half.
And that dream of wiping out the Navi economy is not really possible any longer. Oh man, they had him almost at one point, right? They nearly could have done it. Now, AWP and AK on the side of G2, Deagles for the rest of it. Oh, in the middle, it's a good idea! But Bit back with more headshots, ringing in on Amanek this time.
Bit of a team flash as well. I think Electronic was trying to nade the op away from G2, but it didn't work. Nexus picked it up.
Electronic, really forward position, but as long as his teammates are holding the underpass, he can do that. Nade will do some decent damage. It's actually pretty effective. We'll see. Bit, yeah, he's set up for more. If they want this mid control, they're going to have to sacrifice a bit more for it. They don't really have many nades left either on G2 once again.
You know, and again, I mean, this is just like a great game plan from Navi. You have a 5-on-4, play things passively. You don't need to go for any peeks. You've done your job. You've gotten the man advantage. And one thing G2 kind of struggles with when it slows down like this is, can you find the entry somewhere? Hunter's provided it a couple times in these scenarios. No real utility. 1 smoke, 1 flashbang for G2. And no one really moving across the map. They're hoping for a mistake that is just never going to come.
They are. I mean, you mentioned it earlier how Navi don't really give them that opportunity to find some of these fights, and they're doing it again here. Very frustrating. When they finally get one, it's simple.
And then they don't have the utility to be able to take any more like kind of clean peeks or give yourself some kind of an advantage in a duel. Hunter up in window again.
Some really suffocating losses in some of these rounds where they don't get anything really going. 18 seconds on the clock, which means they would have to run straight onto the side and plant right now. Any slow play, and they're going to run out of time here. Gotta be careful you don't line up for Simple. Don't give him more kills than you need to. Jax will hit the ground. Oh, he gets one more. Electronic will pick up the last one. And it's 10-4.
That's picture perfect. Picture perfect from Navi. Just let the round stall out. If that's what G2 decides to do, they're going to have to make a play. And then when the time is just so low, all the options they have are removed. And losing players at every single step of the way with no chance of a refrag.
It's so unreasonable. 15th round, at least.
Simple's got 26 kills, Anders.
It's all right. Not bad. But where is he?
In less than a half.
When I'm losing my matchmaking game. That's the real issue. Bit. Oh, also trying to get a little bit of action in the middle. AWP of his own. Simple's gonna try and show up. This is so aggressive. There's absolutely no reason to be doing this. They've already lost some of mid-control here, but Simple is just feeling so confident. He's seconds away from dying to Hunter. I think he just realized, I think he knew, oh yeah,
Heard the shots whiz past his head. And he's like, all right, I've hung around long enough, but you're exactly right. That is very aggressive, very risky, and Simple's obviously feeling it. That's him just standing up and begging someone to challenge him. Again, mid-control for G2. Jack's in the upper B kitchen, just waiting for a push. But this time there's utility for G2 to be able to chuck out a little bit early and start progressing towards a bomb site. Split towards B is what's coming, and that's exactly where Simple is. Electronic is here as well.
Feels like everyone's been holding their breath for a couple of rounds right now, and they're finally going to get some speed behind him, getting onto the bomb site. Nico, big opening, Simple, alone on the bomb site, zoned out, back up. He has a little bit here. He's going to get one more kill before he goes down, and that might have been enough. Nexer and Hunter, 2 versus 4 with 20 seconds. Again, they can't slow play this for much longer. Eventually, they're going to have to get this underway. 15 seconds now. Electronic closing out the round. A great sequence for him. An 11-4 finish in the first half in favor of Navi. Second half is coming right up.
If they play their A game, I think they're like 3 levels above every other team in the world right now.
It feels really pretty boring to me actually and slow. Oh, that's rude.
Oh, that's rude. They're both Canadian, so I'm gonna go with both.
Scrawny. He hypes the place up more.
Okay, I would say Londres. I like him better. I like him, so that's all.
Scrawny. I think he's a nice guy, and I'm in his Twitch chat sometimes. He always welcomes me, but I mean, Londres does the same, so I like them both. But I don't know. I had to pick someone, right? Surely. So.
Londres, he's doing really cool content on YouTube.
Probably biased here again. I'm gonna say Londres because he's the only guy I've actually talked to and met. And I met him like in my first LAN or something, I think, a really long time ago, and we talked and had a good time. And he's a nice guy, and Scrawny I haven't really met. I'm sure he's a nice guy too, but I'm yet to meet him and talk to him. So Londres for now.
Surfing.
KZ for sure. I'd like it more.
I think KC is pretty boring. You just jump to block. Surfing is, I feel like that's more skill-based, if you want to say that.
Okay, if I pick KZ because it's best for warm-up for me.
Surfing lately, I used to play a lot of KC, but lately it's been surfing.
I'll say KZ. It's more fun. I used to play hide and seek back in the day, so it's similar to that.
I think surfing, because I think that's more fun, but I don't really do either of them. So.
Navi, because I'm playing it and we got our new era.
Gambit.
Gambit for sure.
Gambit. It's like my organization, that's all.
I'm really enjoying what Gambit is doing, and I'm really enjoying watching them. It's really fun.
I think the way Exile plays is like insane. I think it's insane how he's like one of the best players in the world as a rifler. I don't think that's seen very often, so because of him, yeah.
If they play their A game.
An 11-4 first half in favor of Navi is a very, very good start. They are not that far away from knocking out G2 from the entire tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not even the score you kind of have to be worried about. On some level it is, but Simple's 27-6 after one half of play, after just 15 rounds. That's freakishly good. The other thing you got to worry about if you're G2, you've lost every single pistol round in this series. You lose this pistol round at a 4-11 scoreline, you're in trouble. You're in some real trouble.
Yeah, that is more than just a little speed bump, isn't it? That's hard to get past.
That's like the spike strips for your tires.
True. Electronic will start the second half. Remember, they've not won a single pistol. Amanek, good spin, taking down Bit. That's what we like to see. If ever there was a time for them to win a pistol. Oh!
Okay.
Okay, styling on Perfecto. He's going to be upset about that one. 4 versus 3 now. Still plenty of time for Navi to make a play. And one click and he's gone. Simple. Reasserting himself in the second half here. Is anyone else up for the challenge? Anyone else want to fight this man right here? And you've got a chance to. Bomb has been planted. And there is a flank coming in. That could be a bit interesting, actually. Amanek sneaking up behind them. So maybe that's the way to kill Simple finally. Ticket booth. It's Jackson Nexa trying to get through. He's ready for it. You can see Simple. He's got the right idea. Almost had the pre-aim ready. Now he's going to be put on a little bit more pressure, but Amanek's taking the long way around this. Jack's winning the fight. Big shot with the USB. They need this round, G2. If they have any dreams to make this comeback, it has to start right here. Inside of the smoke, defusing with the kit. 1 more second. No! It's Boomich! A spray headshot and it finds him! Oh no, what a disaster! They don't have time for it, even with the kit. They're gonna lose the round. G2. They just kind of catch a break.
Oh my god, this is so painful. Even this one feels like they're giving you one. They're trying to help you win this, trying to help you get back into this map. Oh, it's so brutal. Even with the kills at the end, not enough time.
The shots are just going everywhere at that point. And it's just one bullet that connects. So devastating.
Well, you gotta win one of these next 2 ones. Nico with the scout. Gonna try and put a stop to the bleeding. Hunter almost caught. The pace that Navi has is deadly. Just a tag. And they're not slowing down from here. Havoc in the B defense as they try and rotate into better positions. It's gotta be stunning headshots and they're just not landing. 13-4. That's a statement round from Navi, letting G2 know they're ready to take this series.
Yeah, in case you had any illusions, any kind of tricks you wanted to pull here in this round, it's done. Just rushing them down. Very, very impressive. Amanek and Nexa, 2 versus 5 here. I mean, this is just... We talked about it, but this is the map that we didn't get to see.
At the major, yeah. Nice shot from Amanek.
Now we're getting a taste of what Navi are like on this map. 28-7 on Simple. What can you even do about that? We don't know yet. We don't have the answer.
No, but I mean, you could feel it. It was right from the get-go. I mean, he had like 12 kills after the first 4 rounds. You could kind of see it building up, and you could see in this third map, Simple, whatever he kind of, whatever like mental zone he slipped into between maps just resulted in him sitting back down in his chair and taking over the game.
So impressive.
He stopped everything early on from G2. He shut down any desire they had to get their playbook going in a meaningful way.
Top fragger on the other side is Hunter at 11 kills, right? So there's a huge gap right there. 18th round, Simple, at it again. A headshot, he is getting shot in the back, so a pretty quick stop this time. Amanek hiding inside of the bomb site with a P250. Electronic will take right over a bit as well. They just will not be stopped here.
Better be a big run from G2 here. If they want to get back into this, they need like 6-7 rounds straight. Maybe even more than that. Before Navi can get another one. It's no mistake territory for G2.
It really is. It's hard to even... I mean, it's hard to even imagine. I guess at that point, you're not really thinking about 10 rounds, or you're just thinking about like just 1 round, see how it goes. Let's see if we can get it done.
Yeah.
Wow. Amanek has got the AWP. That's kind of good news. Again, I think he's been pretty good with it in this tournament so far. Maybe one of the last chances here for G2 to show us what they've got at the end of the year. 19th round. Amanek already took a bit of damage.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about this. This could be the last map we see this G2 lineup playing together.
Yeah.
Last map of 2021. Rumored changes incoming. Doing their best to go out on a high note. And Simple doing his best to send them packing.
I mean, you've got to say as well, they could have won Nuke. It could have been a 2-0 in favor of G2 in some slightly alternate universe, but Navi's, I mean, even if they're not at 100%, still an absolutely terrifying team. Oh, Nico. He actually just tanks the bullets, comes out fighting. But there's 3 people waiting on the other side. And Perfecto credited with the kill right there. Electronic to take down Jackson. Boomich Gonna find
Yeah.
Hunter rotating back in. Wow, yeah, they have control, don't they?
I think the feeling of desperation was in G2 from the start of this round. Once they lost pistol on, I think that's when you start to really feel the weight and the pressure, and that's when you start getting desperate. And those plays in this round just smacked of trying to do something creative, introduce a little cheese into things to get them started on the right foot, and Navi's having none of it. 15-4. 11 opportunities for Navi to take Mirage and take the series and move on into the lower bracket final.
Yeah, they're cruising through right now, looking for more opponents. Not the place that they normally hang out down there in the lower bracket either. Navi, bit of a first for them.
Yeah, but it just makes it. I mean, that loss to Liquid on day one was just like introducing. This is kind of the fun of a format like this, is seeing these long lower bracket runs to get back on top. Navi, obviously, I don't think anyone was really super worried to see them in the lower bracket that early. I think we all kind of knew they were going to make a run.
Yeah.
This was obviously one of the big hurdles they'd have to overcome, and it looks like they're doing that just fine here on map 3.
It puts so much pressure on those upper bracket matches because you know that you're gonna be running into the side that is Navi down there. Like, oh no.
Well, later on today, after this match, there's going to be a bit of a break and obviously discussion about the matchup that we're witnessing right now. And then we're going to be getting Team Liquid taking on Astralis. Another series where one of the last times you're going to see that Liquid lineup.
Yeah, they've been going out with more than a bang, basically.
And Navi will play the winner of that.
Yeah, the rematch. Ooh. Or if it happens, if it's Liquid versus Navi again.
Liquid has like an entire run of grudge matches right now. Obviously, the Liquid Astralis one.
Yeah.
Liquid Navi with that upset on day one of this event of the last World Finals. Navi would obviously like to get some revenge on that as they march towards the grand final.
We're getting there. 20th round, 15-4. And as we said, G2 cannot make a single mistake or they're going to get knocked out of the tournament. Nico, tight little spot to be playing here. Wants to make sure that he doesn't get shut down from the palace either. Rumich making a swing at it, and he's going to go down to Hunter. A good start to this round. 50 seconds now. And they're starting to get the bomb up the A ramp. Trying to see if they can maybe get the bomb plant down. They're going to have to be a little bit swift with it here, Navi, just in case they get slowed down. But they've got the window control, and that's a big deal already. Bit may be able to open it up here. I think they realize, yeah, good position for next time. It doesn't matter. Bit will hit the headshot regardless. And it's a 3-on-4. And now the rest of Navi, maybe we're hoping for a little bit more from Bit there. They maybe needed another kill, but they're going to have to be put into play. The smoke is down, 20 seconds, and they are going to get the bomb plant. So now it's interesting.
Oh, Perfecto holding the angle, but Simple's got Hunter. There goes Connector. Jackson Omenek for the map. There's no kit picked up. One is in con. Simple has the information. He's trying to bait out the shot and just being cute and clever. Simple doesn't care, but Omenek picks him off from behind. Maybe a little too lackadaisical. Still a very difficult retake for Jackson Omenek, although they're doing it one step more. All on electronic to close out the map, 1 versus 2. And remember, no kid, it was picked up in con. I think Omenek has it now, and he's gonna stick it. He's not even worried. Electronic, he has the counter. He's gonna swing out, and he's got it. He's delivered Navi into the next stage of the lower bracket. And that's gonna eliminate G2.
Wow.
An impressive run, an impressive attempt, a grueling first 2 maps, but Simple took over here on Mirage.
He truly did, and he ended up with just 30 kills, so I think that's why he was feeling it. He was like, you know what, I got the 30, whatever, my job's done. You guys take care of the rest. What an impressive victory for Navi, and obviously for G2, that's the end of the run for them. Gotta say, they showed a hell of a lot. I mean, I think a lot of people were expecting this to be much more one-sided in favor of Navi. I kind of was.
Yeah.
So super impressed by the way that G2 played. Obviously, as you said, probably the last time that we'll be seeing this exact lineup. Could well be. So, I don't know. I just a lot to take away from this one. Obviously, Simple at the end with 30 and 10, but
I mean, the fun thing is I don't get the impression that Navi is super happy with how they performed in this event. I feel like they're probably going to be a little bit frustrated even in a victory, but that's the mark of a great team, being able to win series against great teams when you're not playing your best. We're going to hear from them right now. James is ready down on the stage.
I've got Simple with me, and let's just start on this Mirage, mate. That was a very impressive first half for you. Did you just get fed up of all the Nico talk?
No, I just felt really good the whole map and where the enemy gonna rotate. So I think I was always close to them. But it was a good game for me.
It definitely was. Now, in general of this series and when you play G2 overall, the games are always very close. That Inferno, though, it was in your hands. You guys kind of had it all the way through. What do you feel went wrong towards the end of that one?
There was so many situations that we could easily close this, but I don't know, just maybe we have some issue on Inferno, because sometimes, as I said before, we don't feel each other on this map. But yeah, overall, I think we didn't wake up. Like, we only woke up on third map. Probably, yeah.
Maybe need to wake up a little bit earlier, though, for these future games coming up. But you spoke to me before about some of the problems you guys were having in the other games. Do you feel like you're slowly rectifying some of that, or is there still some of these issues?
Yeah, we're slowly going where we need to be, you know? Like, we played at Major or Last Blast. So hopefully we'll show even better game as a team for tomorrow matches.
And after this game, how confident do you feel of making that dream lower bracket run to the final?
Oh, we are pretty confident, but still, you never know what can happen. But like, everyone should know that we are trying our best and we want to play better every time. We feel like we could do better, but we need to get there. Maybe some of us tired, or I don't know, but yeah, we just need to be in shape for next games.
I'm sure you will, Sasha. Congratulations once again. We'll see you on the next one.
This series went the whole 9 yards, but Navi are the ones to run it over the line. And with a convincing scoreline on Mirage at that, after a monstrous marathon of Counter-Strike, we got to put it down to that man we just saw on our screens there, Simple, ascending to godlike heights on Mirage.
That was impressive. Very, very impressive. I think he got inspired after watching Nico did what he did on Nuke, and then, of course, on Inferno, on Mirage, he took over the entire show, finishing the